they are part of the entire system. But for now, I want to start by welcoming and introducing our portfolio committee members. And I would really start maybe first, when I mention the member, we'll just indicate so that you see the member, the one that I'll be introducing. And I'm going to start in my left-hand side, starting with Honorable Bosch. You have seen her. And then again, I've got Honorable Hijacking. And next to Honorable Hijacking, I've got Honorable Radebe. And then again, I've got Honorable Robinson. Honorable Robinson. Yeah, I've seen him. And then we have Honorable Hoffman. Then I'll introduce myself as the acting. I have a number of acting where I am. Currently, I'm the acting speaker of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. And I'm also acting as the chairperson of this committee today. That's Mpapa Kanyani. Now, again, let me welcome our stakeholders. They are here in numbers. You will be given chance after the presentation of our stats, where you really engage with the presentation. Again, let me also welcome also the chief of the police in the metro. And I know they will introduce themselves formally when we give them platform. I know we have our commissioner, Lieutenant General Ntate Mawela is with us today, but when I give him the platform, he'll also introduce the team, introduce himself, because it's their presentation. They will really make sure that they take this opportunity and you'll engage with their presentation. But now we've got also our councillors. Councillor Hewlett Hild, maybe can just stand up so that you can see him, is here. And again, we have our executive mayor, who's here. Maybe can also stand up so that the same mayor. And you need really to understand that when you talk about a mayor is a councillor. That's why as a matter of emphasis, that is a councillor and he is the mayor. And again, we've got Councillor Ben van der Berg. And that is our MMC. Again, we have the MEC at the province, but where we are at the municipality is our MMC for public safety. Yes. So all of you, you are really welcomed. And then again, we have, this acting is like a Hollywood. We have the acting speaker here in this municipality. And our acting speaker, that is Anele Saba. That's the acting speaker. I'm also the acting speaker, is the acting speaker. So that's where we are. But otherwise, even those that I've not really introduced, I will introduce you as we go on. But we've got the media that I don't want really to forget. Our media, we've got the ENCA, they are here. They know, normally they get a spot where you will find them. And then again, we've got Kaya FM. They are also here. And then again, from Sowetan, they are also here. So that is from the media side. Now, you know very well that as the legislature, we don't just open meetings. We declare the precinct. We want to make it a legislature, and I'm going to request all of us to remain silent when I declare this particular precinct. Now, as the acting chair of the Community Safety Committee, I hereby declare this IEC hall in Randfontein as the precinct of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature in terms of Rule 56 of the Standing Rules of the Gauteng Legislature, which is read together with Section 1 and 2 and Section 28 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures. That is Act number 4 of 2004. Now, the precinct of Parliament and the Provincial Legislature, it is described as follows. 1, the precinct of Parliament or the legislature is the area of land and every building or part of a building under Parliament's control, including the chambers in which the proceedings of the houses are conducted, and the galleries and the lobbies of the chambers. B, every part of a building in which the chambers are situated, and every forecourt, yard, garden, enclosure, or open space, apartment thereof. Now, committee rooms and other meeting places provided or used primarily for Parliament's purposes, and every other building or part of a building provided or used in connection with the proceedings of Parliament or the legislature while so used. Now, for the duration of this meeting, this place will be the precinct of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, that the standing rules of the legislature will apply and govern all the engagements of the day. And I thank you. Now, I will now get to the apologies, if we have, and I'll give it to Tabile, or Tabiseng, to give us the apologies.
Good morning, members. Good morning, PC and the officials. Good morning to all our all our stakeholders. I've got 4 apologies. The first one is from the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Ms. Alfina Ndlovana, followed by Ms. Honorable Sizakele Nkosi Malobane, Honorable Nomvuyo Mhlagaza Manamela, and the last one is from Honorable Christine Bosch, who has requested to leave the meeting at 1 o'clock due to some urgent party business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know they have to be moved and seconded.
Chair, I'll move Member Bosch for adoption.
I'll second, Chair.
Thank you very much. They've been moved and seconded. Now, I'm just going to read the agenda so that also it has to be moved and seconded. Now, if you look at what you have, if ever it has been circulated, the item number 5, because we've started with item 1, open and welcome, item 2, which is the declaration of the precinct, item number 3, which is apologies, and then item 4, that is the confirmation of the agenda. That's where I'll come back to this. Now, item number 5, we have to go to the minutes, and there are 2 sets of minutes, but now we don't want to bore you. We are saying this item, I will request the members, we just move this item maybe to the next meeting now so that we go to item number 6, which is presentation of the fourth quarter crime statistics report that Lieutenant General Mawela with the team will be presenting. That is the main item, item number 6. And then item number 7, that's when we will be engaging. We call it stakeholder submissions. So we'll be getting to that. That's as item number 7. Then from there, we're going to release you. We'll remain with the committee to do just an item, which is a presentation and adoption of the committee oversight report. And then item number 9, resolutions will move faster, 10 NCOP matters, 11 correspondence, and if there are other matters, then the date of the next meeting. So that is the program, and swiftly, let me request the members to move and adopt, and then we go to the main item.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move and adopt the agenda as, with the additions.
Moved for the adoption. She's a mover. Let's get the adoption.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I will second that so that we can adopt the agenda with amendments, please.
Thank you very much. Now we're getting into the main item of the day. We don't want to waste time. We're going to give it to Ntate Mawela, who will indicate who will really be taking us through. But before that, I want to say we've got interpretations. I'm sure they've distributed the earphones.
Not yet, they must raise their hand when they want.
You don't have them?
They must raise their hand.
So those who want the earphones, they should really raise their hand. We've got at the back there, they must give you, if you need them, if you really need them, because our communication as a media, it might be English, but even the presenter can switch on to other languages, but normally the standard, it becomes English, but the earphones when you want them, is that when they speak, we have interpreters at the back. When you press 1, it's English on those earphones, and you must mark it. When you press 2, iba Sesotho, Sepedi, Setswana. If you press 2. Now, if you press 3, iba isiZulu, isiXhosa, isiNdebele. When you press 3, but now, if you press 4, it becomes Afrikaans. Now, when you press 5, it becomes Shivenda and Xitsonga. So this is that. But if you need that, you just raise your hand, they'll give you an earphone, then you just press. Then when they speak, they are translators. You listen it to the language of your convenient. So can you indicate those who needed the earphones? I see 1 here, 2 there. And then after this, you return them back. We trust you. Because even if you take it, it will never work. It's been bewitched. It will never work. So make sure that you return it back. Otherwise, if you want to see miracles, go with it. But you must return it back. They'll see you, they'll give it to you, they see your hands. You must indicate to them they come from the back. Make sure that you identify your people so that we move snappy. We have to move and be on time. We don't want to really drag this unnecessarily. There's something there.
Oh, they went. Oh, they.
And then again, before Lieutenant General Mawela present, they gave them the concerns. There are concerns that have been raised with the general. I'm not sure whether you have it. There are some responses that is sort of expected. But if they've not communicated with you, I think we'll have to get away how we deal with it, because you can't respond to them if you get them now. But you'll handle that. They'll handle it if you know, but otherwise you follow the program as you are expected. But yeah, I think they'll handle that one. She has gone down to look at the officials that they gave and whatever, they'll follow it up. So that maybe at the end they'll have to respond to them. But let's now give them the presentation, engagement, then we'll come to them. For now, I think let's welcome the commissioner. You know, I know there is a way of welcoming him, but where people stand up, but I know they've got a way. Also, they know how to deal with it. No one will be standing, they indicated, but Ntate Mawela, let's give you the platform. You'll prefer how you want to do it. Whether you stand in front here, you talk to them, it's still fine. But if you want to do it where you are seated, or you want a table, you come up, it's still okay. Either way, you are really welcome to do it.
I think I'll be comfortable there, up there. Yeah.
Better that you come up so that they can see you.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, my management team, stakeholders present today, the Mayor, Acting Speaker, all councillors present, members of the community, and members of the media, good morning. Honorable Chairperson, I was requested to do two presentations. One is the fourth quarter crime stats, and the second one, it will be how we are dealing with crime in the West Rand area. So we are having two presentations. If you allow, then after we've presented the crime stats, then we'll shoot straight to the second presentation before we start with the engagement, if it is okay with you. Thank you very much. Honorable members, honorable chairperson, the crime situation of the period under review is of greatest concern and disappointment for us, SAPS, Gauteng, and for the people of the province. The South African Social Attitude Security Survey, SASAS, was conducted by the Human Science Research Council to measure specific attitudes and opinions on a diverse set of topics of national relevance. The survey report revealed that police confidence levels from 2011 to 2021 by province reveals that more moderate but still sizable declines were identified in Limpopo, Northern Cape, Gauteng province. Focusing now on how we perform for the quarter under review, you will notice that Gauteng has contributed 27.6% of cases to the national picture. Although we have lost crime during this period, the numbers are relatively low in terms of the number of cases reported as compared to the quarter 3. The upward crime trend that we are seeing can be attributed to a myriad of reasons. Amongst the others, Firstly, ladies and gents, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, at the start of the fourth quarter in 2020-2021, the country was on adjusted lockdown level number 3 for January and February, and while in March moved to adjusted lockdown level number 1. The regulations for level 3 confine every person to his or her place of residence from 2100 hours to 6 o'clock in the morning daily, which reduced the movement of persons as compared to the current period under review. The repealing of the curfew on the 30th of December 2021 meant increased mobility of people on the streets, therefore creating an opportunity for crime to be committed around the clock, targeting unsuspecting, innocent and vulnerable people. We had anticipated when we were releasing the previous quarter crime statistics that the honeymoon period is over. We indeed expected increased mobility of people on 24/7 basis during this period, which for us meant the increase in the criminality as there were no more state of disaster lockdown regulations that we were empowered to enforce by arresting transgressors. It is thus clear that the restrictions applicable to the two periods under discussion are different and impacted differently on policing activities with the concomitant different results. Secondly, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, members of the community, further opportunity for criminality was also created by the long trading and operating hours for on-consumption liquor outlets, which added its unique contributions to substance abuse. Furthermore, the increase of public and private parties also required the diversion of police resources to attend to complaints of public disturbance due to the abuse of alcohol, which remains one of the main contributors for crime. The third reason is that all the above happened during January to March 2022, the period I called the season of discontent. During this period, we have observed the escalated rate of protest actions about almost everything. For the period under review, we had a total of 556 protests that were attended to, of which 425 were peaceful, while 131 incidents were unrest related, meaning that there was an element of violence in those ones. There was a high level of dissatisfaction by many sectors of our communities, which required the redeployment of our already overstretched limited resources from hardcore policing to policing of protest actions and gatherings. For example, the university students were unhappy about the mandatory vaccination and they took it to the streets. The rising anti-foreigner sentiments, which could have easily resulted into attacks of foreign nationals if not properly mitigated and policed. Labor strikes in the mining and food and allied sectors also brought in its own dynamics as well as challenges, including the everyday community service delivery protests in almost all municipalities in the province. Over and above the policing of protests during this period as compared with the previous period, we had also deployed members to police 126 medium-risk major events as compared to the previous period, when only 39 major events were categorized as medium risk. That resulted in a lot of national major events being hosted in the province. Cable theft and damage to essential infrastructure in the province has also added more challenges to our already overstretched resources. The SAPS is legally obliged to make resources available to police protest actions, irrespective of its nature and circumstances. At the same time, we had to equally provide resources for the safety and security and successful hosting of major events to prevent and combat violent crimes, which were also on the rise during this season, which I've termed season of discontent. This obviously taking advantage of many priorities for SAPS and its limited resources on the ground. Criminals, they don't care whether there is protest action or not. If they want to commit CIT, they continue to do that. Whether you have deployed members at the stadium to police, whatever event is happening, the criminals, they continue with their business. Coming back to the issues of the contact crimes, shifting my focus to the 17 community reported offenses. For the period under review, I will begin with the overview of the contact crimes. Honorable members, honorable chairperson, assault GPH, assault common, and robbery aggravating continue to account for the bigger bulk of the reported overall crime category. These subcategories further contribute to other crimes such as attempted murder and murder. Because when you start beating a person up, it graduates. It becomes grievous bodily harm, it becomes attempted murder. Ultimately, the person dies, it becomes murder. So the more we continue beating each other up, we are contributing towards the rise of crime in this province. Assault GPH, as common assault and robbery aggravating, contributed 33% of the overall crime in Gauteng. So you will observe, Honorable Chairperson, that the bigger bulk of the crime in this province, it's assault common, assault GPH, and robbery aggravating. So if we can stop beating each other up, automatically the levels of crime in Gauteng, it will drop. The social ills within our communities are the main root causes for assault incidents. Should the community adopt a better, acceptable means of conflict management and reduce substance abuse, surely some categories of crime such as domestic violence, gender-based violence, murder, attempted murder, will be reduced. Robbery aggravating, as it is commonly known as the crime of fear, is further broken down into the trio crimes and CIT robberies. There are normally additional charges added to robbery aggravating during the commission of this crime, which subjects the victim to suffer multiple trauma and prejudice. Robbery aggravating is one of the priority crimes, which include most feared trio crimes. We have seen a total increase of 11%, translating to a total of 6,342 cases. We were able to reduce business robberies with 3.7%, which amounts to 60 cases less reported as compared to the same period in 2020-2021. However, top on the list of the trio crimes is hijacking of trucks and passenger vehicles. As indicated previously, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, our analysis reveals that vehicles are hijacked in Gauteng for the following reasons. The Uber taxis are taken for transport purposes and abandoned by those who do not have means for transport late at night. Old cars are taken for selling spare parts or to rebuild other cars. Luxury cars are taken for further use in the commission of other crimes such as CITs robberies, house and business robberies, while others are used for illegal export. Trucks and delivery vans are hijacked solemnly to steal their valuable cargo. We have also observed that people who are doing shopping online and then the delivery vans come to deliver their product. Some of the people, they collude with the criminals that when the delivery van stops at my gate, you rob those ones. And we have seen recently the escalation of those types of crimes in this province. Some of these hijackings result in kidnappings of drivers and or passengers. At other times, hijacking may also lead to rape and murder. Coming to the issue of kidnapping, which is a topical issue and an issue of concern to all of us. Kidnappings are continuing to rise in this province across all districts. The causative factors remain the same. They happen during the hijackings. As during the commission of this crime, victims are taken with, deprived of freedom of movement, and dropped off at other places later. So, once a vehicle is hijacked and there is a person inside that vehicle, we add a case of kidnapping. So hence you see the number of kidnapping is on the rise because it goes with those hijacking. Even though those who are hijacking the vehicle, they are not interested on the person, they want the vehicle. But because of the person was taken with the vehicle, it can be for 3 meters or 5 meters, it doesn't matter. It remains kidnapping and we register it as such. During the 3 months under review, we have seen an increase with 1,563 cases reported as compared to the same period in 2020-2021, where there were only 524 cases reported. The sample size of 1,404, the top 3 causative factors for kidnappings are hijacking related, which gave us 784, and those which were associated with robberies were 221, and retaliation and revenge related, it gave us 90 cases. Coming to the issue of murder, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, we have recorded a 45.2% increase in murders, which amounts to 1,403 people killed during this period. This is 437 more people murdered as compared to the same period in 2020-2021. And the analysis of murder cases have shown again that majority of the causative factors are arguments, misunderstanding, which are not domestic related, road rage. So it is clear that we are unable to resolve our conflict. We resort to violence every time when there is a conflict amongst ourselves. And we have also observed this tendency of the mass killings, or whereby somebody just come and shoot randomly and kill a lot of people at the same time. We have observed it, even in Kagiso it has happened. So we do have these trigger-happy people. Find happy people seated around the table enjoying themselves, they just shoot at random. As a result, once we have 6 bodies lying there, it will translate into 6 murders, even though it's one incident which gave us 6 bodies. During this period, we have lost 5 police officers. 1 was killed while on duty, and the 4 were murdered while off duty. Honorable Chairperson, we have also lost another police officer yesterday. This officer is attached to the flying squad. We have deployed them to patrol our national roads to deal with this hijacking and so forth. So he was shot and killed yesterday, warrant officer Mpembe. May his soul rest in peace, and condolences to his family and friends. Coming to sexual offenses, sexual offenses have increased with 11.3%. The overall number of sexual offenses is 2,921, while rape accounts to 2,267 out of this number. Coming to property-related crimes, it has also increased with 0.2% in this category of crime. We were able to reduce burglary at non-residential premises with 7.1%, as well as stock theft with 8.3%. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, councillors, members of this community, peace, stability, safety and security can be restored should we succeed working together as a collective, attacking one enemy who is the criminal. We will succeed in our endeavor to reduce these broad categories of crime only if we work together. Moving forward, we shall continue to intensify Ukai Mulao operations, which are currently serving us well in removing the habitual and wanted criminals from the streets of Gauteng. This operation serves to further disrupt the criminal intentions and win back the minds and hearts of law-abiding citizens of this province. Heightened focus will be concentrated at the provincial top 40 priority police stations. We will maximize the utilization of the existing government and privately owned information technology infrastructure to combat, detect, and solve crimes. Through established provincial government war room, we shall mobilize the whole of government to address the root causes of crime and leverage on the improved community intelligence network for better crime prevention. Intelligence, it is in the hands of the people. When the people, they work with us, communicate, share information, we'll be able to deal with criminality in our society. We shall also enhance the collaboration and optimally utilize the community safety structures. All the structures established within our communities which work within the ambit of the law, we welcome their contribution and we'll continue to work with them so that we reduce the levels of crime in this province. In response to the theft and damage to the essential infrastructure, we have developed a six-pillar plan and established a multidisciplinary integrated essential infrastructure task teams to prevent, combat, and conduct intelligence-led investigation of those crimes. These teams operate on 24/7 basis in all 30 regions of this province. To improve, to improve on the level of confidence in the police in this province, my management met with Dr. Ben Roberts from the Human Science Research Council to discuss the South African Social Attitude Survey report conducted, and we have committed to work tirelessly to implement its recommendations. Lastly, Team Gauteng will intensify the stakeholder engagement programs by station commanders to be conducted every Wednesday. So without fail, we have directed that all the station commanders, they must go out, engage with the community, mobilize the community to work with us, also listen to the complaints of the communities to minimize unnecessary complaints against the community. So every Wednesday on the street, what are we doing? We are talking to our people, engage them, hear their concern, address their concern where we can, and then we move forward. Thursday, the boots on the ground, Operation Okaimolao. Saturday, Friday, the boots on the ground, Operation Okaimolao. And we will entrench ourselves in the communities we serve through the effective and functional community police forums. As I conclude, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, through you, may I request Brigadier Mpochakalantu can come and present the crime stats holistically, and then after her, General Kekana will follow to present how we plan and how are we dealing with crime combating activities in this region. Thank you very much.
In that order.
Yes. Angithi you will move here.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good morning. Let me also acknowledge the presence of honorable members, management of the SAPS, councillors that are present, members of the community at large, media. Good morning. Honorable Chair, about over a week ago, Minister presented the Q4 of crime stats, presenting for the national. I will be taking you through the Gauteng province as depicted already by the Minister because some of the slides were touched upon. Honorable Chair, presentation that is provided to you, I have to sensitize that it is a long version. I am going to do the short version, so you might not maybe notice that when I present, it might not follow the chronological order because I only took some of the slides to make a shorter version. So what you have in your disposal is a long version. However, the stats is also available on the SAPS website. It has been released. It's in the public domain for utilization. Honorable Chair, let me first start with the crime overview to show the picture of Gauteng, how we have performed during the fourth quarter of the financial year. Starting with the contact crime. Our contact crime, we have lost the category there with an increase of 14.2, whereby 5,491 counts more were reported. This was as a result of the 7 offenses that are reported under the category having an increase. First, starting with our murder there. Murder in Q4, 1,403 people were killed in Gauteng, which reflected an increase of 437, translating to 45.2% increase. Attempted murder, we reported 334 more counts. Assault GBH, there was an increase as well of 1,364. Common assault, we increased by 1,574. Robbery aggravating, there's also an increase of 1,221 counts. Common robbery, we increased by 265. Sexual offenses, we also increased by 296. Now I will move over to subcategories, which are also accounted for under contact crime category. The first one being robbery aggravated, which account for 7 offenses. This category is already been reported under contact crime, but however, I will break it down to look into the offenses that are reported under this subcategory. The first one being our carjacking. We also increased by 608, reflecting 26.1% increase. Truck carjacking, we also increased by 67, which reflect 32.5% increase. With regards to our robberies of cash in transit, there were 3 more cases that were reported. Bank robberies, we didn't have any incidents of such during fourth quarter. House robbery, we increased by 81. Business robbery, we reduced by 3.7%, 60 counts less that we have reported. With regards to our trio, which is consisting of carjacking, house robberies, as well as business robbery, we increased by 11%, 629 counts more that we have reported. Moving over to our sexual offenses, which is also accounted for under contact crime. However, I will be breaking it down to show the offenses that are reflected under the subcategory, which are rape, increasing by 236 counts more, attempted murder 4 more, sexual assault, an increase of 52, contact sexual offenses, increased by 4. Now moving over to the second category, which make up the 17 community reported, which is contact-related crime. Under this category, we have 2 offenses, which is arson as well as malicious damage to property. We also had an increase of the category by 20.1%, 1,264 more counts, with arson increasing by 8, malicious damage to property an increase of 1,256. With regards to our property-related crime, which is the third category of the 17 community, there are 5 offenses under this category. The first one, which is burglaries at residential premises, which reflect an increase of 0.3%. Theft of a motor vehicle, an increase of 2.2%. Theft out of motor vehicle, an increase of 2.1%. Of those, we have 2 that reflected a reduction, which is burglaries at non-residential premises, a reduction of 7.1%, 229 counts less. Stock theft, we also reduced this one by 8.3%, 20 counts less. As a category, property-related crime, we increased by 0.2%. The third one category will be other serious crime. The fourth category will be other serious crime. There are 3 offenses reported under this category. The theft general, which is also known as all theft not mentioned as well, an increase of 8.3%. Commercial crime, an increase of 14.8%. Shoplifting, a reduction of 14.5%. The category itself increased by 7%. With regards to our 17 community reported, which reflect an overall crime of Gauteng for Q4, we increased by 9.1%, 8,791 counts more. In relation to our crime dependent on police action, Chairperson, ideally for this one, we want to see an increase as opposed to 17 community reported where we want to see a reduction. An increase for this category clearly reflects the positive effect in terms of the intelligence-driven operation whereby there are arrests as well as the detections that are made. With this one, we increased by 20.6%. The 4 offenses under this category have reflected an increase. The first one being illegal possession of firearm and ammunition, increasing by 17.6%. Drug-related crime went up by 11.8%. Driving under the influence of alcohol and drugs, we increased by 41.4%. Sexual offenses detected as a result of police action, we also reported an increase of 15.1%. Chairperson, with regards to this slide, we put the population because when we look at the contact crime, when we compute the crime rate, this is whereby we are trying to compare the crime equally amongst the province because we find that in the province such as Gauteng, which is always overpopulated when you compare it with other provinces. So we are saying if we take 100,000 population out of this crime category to see that how many people are likely to be the victim of those categories so that we have a fair and an equal comparison across. So hence the results of showing this, the slide to portray the Gauteng in comparison to other provinces. So basically, Gauteng remained to be the province which is overly populated as compared to other. To the national figure, we are contributing 26.4%. We obtained this data from Statistics South Africa, its media population estimates 2021 series. This is whereby we use this data to compute all those crime rate. The contact crime that I have indicated for that, we're going to look at the rate there. We start with our method there. When you look at our method there, when you translate it to 100,000 population, we are saying that 8.8 people there out of 100,000 population will have a probability of being killed. And then we are saying that 8.7 for attempted murder, assault GBH, it's 6.6 per 100,000, and common assault it's 76.8 per 100,000 population. Common robbery is 23.6 per 100 population thousand, and sexual offenses is 18.3 per 100,000 population. Now, when you look at the method there, zooming into method in comparison with other provinces, as we can see, the method rate in Eastern Cape, Western Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, it's higher than Gauteng because as you can see, Gauteng, we are ranking position 4. Although when you look in terms of the volume, hence we bring into focus the issue of population size, where we are saying, let's look in terms of 100,000, how many people were likely to be the victim or being murdered, to ensure the fair comparison. This is where it depicts this picture that in Gauteng, we are ranking number 4, whereas there are other provinces on top of Gauteng, which is Eastern Cape, Western Cape, as well as KwaZulu-Natal, as because their murder rate is higher than Gauteng, and the other provinces are following after Gauteng. In relation to the Gauteng contribution towards national figure, Chairperson, I have to indicate that during Q4, Unfortunately, all provinces in Gauteng have lost the entire category of crime, not only Gauteng. In relation to zooming into Gauteng, as I indicated in my first slide, we increased by 9.1%. When you look at the overall contribution that Gauteng is making towards the national figure, is 27.6%. However, although our numbers are still high, but when you look at in comparison with the last quarter 3 of the financial year, the numbers went slightly lower because in the last quarter we were about 27.7%. Although we are still increased, however, we are relatively lower in terms of the numbers. Chairperson, in relation to showing the month-to-month comparison, still on the 17 community reported, SPC indicated that we were dealing with 2 lockdowns level where we are comparing this period. For period under review, the current period, we were on level 1 since the 1st of October until April 2022. That was the previous, the current period. However, when you look at the other period, firstly, we were on level 3 from the 29th of December until the 28th of February, and then it was adjusted to level 1 from the 1st of March 2021 until the 30th of May 20. So the reason I'm bringing into this is because when you look at the March, you will notice during the presentation that during the period of January, that is where we are mostly having most of the sharp increases in terms of our crime. The reason being there, we are comparing 2 different lockdown periods, because remember, the higher the lockdown period, the more restriction. The lower the lockdown period, the less restriction, meaning with less restriction, there is a more mobility which attracts criminalities around the country, so as into the province. So when you compare the 2 levels there, you see that there is a wide gap there between the 2 comparison of the 2 lockdown. However, as the 2 lockdown level for the 2 period converges towards another, that's where you see the graph getting closer to each other, meaning there are chances that the same period is being compared. So in January for overall crime, we increase still in February as well as in March. In January, increasing by more than 6,000. So zooming into the district themselves, Chairperson, all the districts have reported an increase for overall crime, which contributed to overall crime in Gauteng. The highest was reported by Johannesburg in relation to actual values there by 3,096. It was followed by Tshwane district by 2,242. Ekurhuleni there being the 3rd by 1,952. Those are our major, heavyweight district in Gauteng. As a result, we lost the Gauteng province there due to all those 5 districts having an increase. Chairperson, for each and every crime category, we have our so-called top 40 stations. These are the stations that are contributing towards that specific crime, mainly due to the volumes that they are accumulating for that specific period, irrespective of whether they've reported the reduction or not. So for our 17 community reported there, we have our top 40. From our top 40 there, those ones that are highlighted in yellow, meaning our top 12 there, they also feature in our national list of 17 community reported. I will only mention our top 5 there, being Honeydew. Honeydew provincially, it was ranking position 1 and nationally number 2. The other stations that are forming part of our top 40 for 17 is Johannesburg, Central, Brooklyn, Randfontein, and Temba. As I indicated, Chairperson, these stations are ranked according to the volumes, irrespective of whether they have a reduction. All top 5 stations have reported an increase of those overall crime. When you look at this top 40, Chairperson, 3 of the stations reported the reduction and 37 indicated an increase. And of those that reported an increase, the highest was Mamelodi East with a total of 370 counts higher. And those 3 that reported the reduction, the highest was Sunnyside with a reduction of 65 counts low. These are the remainder of our station chairperson, the last two there being Sakane as well as Deep Slope. When you look at the top 40 of our province, they are contributing 49.5% of crime in Gauteng just for Q2, of which with this number, we saw a slight reduction, even though it's still on the red, but we also observed a slight reduction because the last quarter we were just about 50%. Contact crime, chairperson, the narrative in terms of interpreting this graph is still the same with regards to the 17 community reported slide as I indicated, whereby in January, February, March, we also reported an increase of our contact crime. Zooming into our district there, all the districts have reported an increase, the highest being Johannesburg by 1,798 counts more. It is followed by Tshwane by 1,367, Ekurhuleni 1,307, as I indicated. Those are our heavyweight district because of the profiling of the district, as well as the other district that reported an increase, making the 5 districts is Sedibeng as well as West Rand. As a result, chairperson, we had an increase of our contact crime in Gauteng by 14.2% during Q4. For the category itself, we still also have our top 40 for Q4, of which the top 14 of those also form part of the national list of the contact crime, those that are highlighted in yellow. The top 5 being Johannesburg, Central, Mamelodi East, Alexandra, Temba, Tembisa. Those are our top 5 stations. Under the station, they are also coming from Johannesburg, Tshwane, as well as Ekurhuleni. All the districts in this top 40 are represented in this list, chairperson. Now, when you look at this, the station that have reported the reduction from this top 40 of our contact crime, it is 3 stations, and the 37 station indicated an increase. And of those that reported an increase, Mamelodi East was the highest with 247 counts higher, and Redgard, from those that reported the reduction, was the highest by 136 counts less that they have reported. These are the remainder of our station for contact crime for Q4, the last 2 there being Etwatawa as well as Katlehong. When you look at the contribution of this top 40 towards our figure for Gauteng for contact crime, for Q4 alone, they are contributing 51.5%. Looking at the crimes against women and children, selected crime there under contact crime, we'll be looking at the murder, sexual offenses, attempted murder, assault with the intent to inflict grievous bodily harm, common assault. When you look at the women's there, 18 and above, when you look at the number of women that were murdered, we reflected an increase of 62 counts. Sexual offenses, this is the subcategory of sexual offenses, of which it is broken down there where we look at the rape, sexual assault, attempted sexual offenses, contact sexual offenses. However, the subcategory itself there, it shows that the 359 increase of the women who were the victim of sexual offenses. In relation to attempted murder, still under women there, 18 and above, there's also an increase there of 139. With regards to the assault GBH, we also reported an increase of 483, common assault, 1,094. When we move over to our children, we classify them between ages 0 and 17, including both boys and girls. When you look at the murder there, the children that were murdered there, both categories, the boys and children, there was an increase of 20 counts. In relation to sexual offenses there, we've reported a reduction there for our children by 37 counts. Attempted murder, an increase of 42. With regards to assault GBH, there was an increase of 56, common assault, 106 more. And then as a category there, for those crimes that we have selected, an increase of 187. Moving over to the next, which is domestic violence related. This is the broader related cases of domestic that were reported in Gauteng. Chairperson, in all, Gauteng, we reported about 8,216 cases related to domestic in Gauteng for Q2, of which all the districts have contributed to this figure. Looking at January, February, and March, the figure, it was increasing up until March figure. So when you look at the figure for province there, the province which contributing the bigger bulk of this 8,216 is coming from Johannesburg with a proportion contribution of 40.3%. The other two districts which contributing as well with equal proportion in terms of percentage is Ekurhuleni as well as Tshwane district with 22.5% each. Western there, they contributed 9.4% towards our domestic related cases that we have registered, Citibank by 5.3%. Now, when you look at the selected crime whereby they are linked to domestic violence, in Gauteng, whereby domestic violence played a role there, or our cases are mainly coming from, I will mention the top 5 there. Our bigger bulk of our common domestic violence in Gauteng are coming or are as a result of common assault there, with a total of 4,425 cases, meaning of all cases of common assault that were reported in Gauteng, 4,400 of those were as a result of domestic violence. And the second category there, whereby resulting from domestic violence in Gauteng, is if with those one of assault with intent to inflict grievous body harm with 1,702, and the third one is malicious damage to property by 1,442. However, I will zoom into murder, attempted murder, as well as the rape. When you look at our murder there, we are saying that of all murder cases that were reported for Q4 in Gauteng, 36 of those were as a result of domestic violence. However, the male there were the majority of the female were the majority of the victims by 23, and male with 13. The district which contributed the most there is Johannesburg and Tshwane, with each district having 11 cases of domestic violence as a murder as a result of domestic violence. The other district, which is Ekurhuleni, it had 8, Citibank 4, Western 2. In relation to attempted murder, of all cases of attempted murder that we have reported as Gauteng, 35 cases of those were as a result of the domestic violence, of which with this one, female were majority of the victims with 26, male with 9. The contributing district there, the highest being Ekurhuleni with 14, Tshwane with 10. With regards to our rape there, of all cases of rape that we have reported as a province, 135 cases of those were as a result of domestic violence. Still with this one, female were the majority of victims with 126, male with 9. Now when you look at murder, we also increased for the 3 months period, January until March, which is making up the quota. Looking at the district there, all the districts contributed towards the figure for Gauteng for murder, as all the districts have reported an increase. The highest was from Johannesburg with 182 counts more that they have increased for our murder. It is followed by Tshwane with 85, Citibank increased by 65 counts, Ekurhuleni 61, Western 44 more counts of murder were reported. Now, looking at our causative factor for murder, as PC has indicated in his speech, argument, misunderstanding, but not related to domestic violence still remain our major contributor towards our murder. These are socially interacted, hence we are saying not related to domestic related. So, from the sample that we took, 132 cases of those of murders were as a result of this argument. The second most contributors of our murder in Gauteng was vigilantism, whereby people taking the law into their own hands. This is 65 cases from the 63 cases from the sample that we took. The third most contributors of our murder in Gauteng is robberies, being horse robbery, business robbery, as well as common robbery, with 57 cases. I will mention that the other category, hijacking also played a role, tax-related as well as illicit mining. Chairperson, the other phenomenon that we maybe have a problem with in Gauteng, whereby it pushed the numbers of murders to go up, is this thing of multiple murder, as PC has indicated. We found that in one incident results into more than one body. So we have such cases in all for Q4, in 60 case dockets that we have registered just for Q4, we registered, we had 140 victims that were murdered. As such, we registered 140 counts. So if I have to break it down, Chairperson, 50 dockets whereby it had 2 victims each, meaning already we had like 100 people that were killed, meaning 50 dockets, 2 victims each. So in relation to 6 dockets that we opened, it resulted in 3 victims. 1 docket, it was 4 victims, 2 dockets, 5 victims, and in one case docket that we have opened, there was 8 victims. That was the incidence of Moffat View. Even with this one, we had additional charges. There were the attempted murder of 4 police officials. The other case there, phenomenon that we attribute to murder in Gauteng is relation to the killing of a farming community. For Q4 in Gauteng, there was 1 incident registered for farm murder, of which the victim was a resident at the farm. That is the Vereniging case. We also had 5 police officials that were killed, of which 1 member were on duty and the other 4 were off duty. Now looking at the place of occurrences where our murders in Gauteng are occurring, the common place where the murders are occurring in Gauteng is public places, with 373 cases from the sample that we took. The second most place where our murders are occurring in Gauteng, as analysis revealed for Q4, is residence of the perpetrator or victim with 153. And the third most place where our murders are occurring in Gauteng is our liquor outlets, being Shebeen, taverns and pub, with 27. Even the transport mode, they played a role, with 14. Spaza shop, who also indicated as the place of occurrence of our murder for Q4, business premises as well as agricultural land. In relation to 46 counts there, we could not account as because the body were moved and people died in hospital. We have also top 40 chairperson of our murder there, of which the top 6 there, those that are highlighted in yellow, are also forming part of our station for national for murder, of which the station are Kagiso, Orange Farms, Johannesburg Central, Tembisa, Germiston, Everton. All the stations have reported an increase. When you look at the terms of how the station, the top 40 have performed, 2 stations reported the reduction and 38 stations indicated an increase. And of those that reported an increase for murder forming part of our top 40, it's Kagiso, Orange Farm having the highest of increase with 20 counts. And of those 2 that reported the reduction, Ivory Park reduced the highest with 13 counts. These are the remainder of our station for murder, the last 2 being Springs as well as Lenasia South. Chairperson, our top 40 of murder, they're contributing 62.5% towards our figure of murder in Gauteng for Q4. Now moving over to our trio crime. Trio crime also increased trio crime for the 3 months of the quarter, of which all the districts have contributed to this figure of Gauteng. All the districts indicating an increase, the highest from Johannesburg in terms of the actual numbers there, with 360 counts more that they have increased with. Ekurhuleni was the second with 115. The third district there contributing towards our figure there is Sidibeng with 68, Tshwane 64, Western with 23 more counts. In terms of our top 40 for the trio crime station, majority of the station chairperson are coming from Gauteng, as you can see from the list. 18 stations alone from Gauteng for our trio crime. The first 5 being Mamelodi East, Tembisa, Honeydew, Acacia, as well as Germiston. Although Honeydew falls within the top 5 there, they have, however, reduced by 17% for their trio crime. When you look at the performance of this top 40 for Q4, 10 stations reduced, 2 stations stabilized, meaning what they have reported during the current period in terms of the counts, there is the same counts as what they have reported the previous period. In relation to those that reported an increase, 28 stations indicated an increase. And of those that reported an increase, Mamelodi East was the highest with 96 counts. And of those that reported the reduction from the 10, Honeydew was the highest with 25 counts. These are the remainder of our station chairperson for the trio crime of top 40. This station are alone contributing 53% of our figure for trio crime in Gauteng for Q4. Now, breaking down this trio crime, starting with carjacking. Carjacking, we also increased the 3 months of the quarter. Looking at the district, the highest was from Johannesburg with 274. Second was Ekurhuleni with 174. Sedibeng with 74. And Tshwane with 72, West Rand with 15. As the results, Gauteng had an increase there with 608. We also have a top 40 of our carjacking there, of which 23 stations alone from Gauteng from the national list of top 30. The top 5 are Mamelodi East, Alexandra Orange Farm, Pretoria West, Tsakani, and the station have reported an increase. When you look at the station that reported a reduction of the top 40 is 4 stations, and 3 stations have stabilized the carjacking figure, and 33 stations have indicated an increase for the carjacking. When you look at those stations that reported an increase with regards to carjacking, Mamelodi East was the highest with 64 counts, and Loate was 15 counts less for those that reported a reduction. These are the remainder of our carjacking station forming parts of our top 40, the last 2 being Douglasdale as well as Vanderbilt Park. Chairperson, alone this station are contributing 58.8% towards our figure of carjacking for Q4. Looking at the robberies at non-residential premises, we have an increase for the 3 months, although the increase for February and March was not as sharp as what was reported in January. The district, all 4 except Tshwane have reported an increase for the crime. Tshwane reduced by 7.5%, 36 counts less, and Johannesburg was the highest there with 70 counts more. Looking at the stations that are forming part of our top 40 for robberies at residential premises, the 14 stations, they are also forming part of our national list there. The top 5 being Tembisa, Diepsloot, Kagiso, Boysens, Honeydew. All the stations have reported an increase with the exception of Honeydew from the top 5 having a reduction of 44.1%. When you look at the performance of the station for top 40 there, 10 stations reported the reduction, Loate stabilized their crime, 29 stations indicated an increase, and of those that reported an increase, Tembisa was the highest with 41 counts, and Honeydew was the highest for those that reported the reduction with 30 counts less. Now these are the remainder of our station. They're forming part of the top 40. This station alone, chairperson, they are contributing 60.2% towards our figures of robbery at residential premises for Q4. Now looking at the non-residential premises, also known as business premises there, it was only during the month of January whereby we had an increase. February as well as March we had a reduction of the crime, of which 2 of the 5 districts reported the reduction, and of those that reported the reduction, the district are Ekurhuleni by 75 counts, Sedibeng reduced by 30 counts, and from those that reported an increase, the district, the highest was Tshwane with 28 counts, Johannesburg increased by 16 counts because of the volumes that is being carried by Ekurhuleni there. As a result, we had the reduction there as a province by 60 count, 3.7% reduction. Even with this one, we still have our top 40 for the crime there, of which the 18 stations are also forming parts of our national list. The top 5 in Johannesburg Central, Germiston, Honeydew, Kempton Park, as well as Soshanguve, with Kempton Park there from the top 5 having a reduction of 15.8%, 6 counts less. When you look at the station, the 16 stations have reported the reduction from the top 40, 2 stations stabilized, and the 2 stations had an increase. And of those that reported an increase, Johannesburg Central was the highest with 20 24 counts, and Tembisa, for those that reported the reduction, was highest with 18 counts less. These are the remainder of our station for top 40 for robberies at business premises, of which the station are contributing 57% towards our figure for quarter 4. In terms of our cash in transit for quarter 4, all in all, we have 24 cases that we have reported. When you look at in terms of breaking it down, looking at the type of CIT that occur, we have 12 cross pavement, 9 AV on the road, and then 1 merchant retail. When you look at in terms of during the commission of crime, all this crime there, firearm was used as the instrument there during the commission. 8 of the vehicles they were bombed during the incident to gain access to the money. And the 2 companies that were targeted during the quarter there was Fidelity there with 11 cases, as well as Group 4 with 11 as well. We also have a list there, although it's not a top 40 because not all the stations were affected by the crime during the quarter there. We only have 18 stations that reported this incident during quarter, of which from the 18 of the province, 14 of those also reflect in the national list. The top 4 there had 2 incidents, which is Oliven Hospital, Jeeps Road, Western area, and Adele. The rest of the station had 1 incident each of the CIT. Truck hijacking, Chairperson. We also had an increase for the 3 months of the quarter there, with the district having an increase except Tshwane, the reduction of 14 counts, 25% reduction. And of those districts that reported an increase, the highest was Johannesburg with 36, followed by Ekurhuleni 28, Citibank 11 counts more, Western 6 more. Truck hijacking, we also have our top 40 of truck hijacking, of which 22 stations there from our top 40 are forming parts of the national list of the top 30. The first 5 being Kempton Park, Orange Farm, Heidelberg, Bedford View, as well as Olifantsfontein. The station have also reported an increase. When you look in terms of the performance of this station there, 10 stations reported an increase, 4 stations stabilized, 26 stations reported an increase of the top 40. Looking at those that reported an increase from the 28, Kempton Park was the highest with 8 counts, and from the 10 that reported the reduction, Acacia was the highest in terms of the reduction with 3 counts lower. These are the remainder of our station for truck hijacking. Chairperson, the station are alone contributing 80.2% towards our figure of truck hijacking for quarter 4. Sexual offenses, January, February, we have reported an increase for the sexual offenses. However, in March, we reduced the reduction of 104 counts. The district there have also contributed towards our figure as a result of the increase in the province. All the districts, they increased. Johannesburg, the highest with 122. Ekurhuleni, Tshwane was the second with 62 counts. Ekurhuleni, the 3rd district, contributing with 53 counts in terms of the contribution. We also have our top 40 of our sexual offenses. With this one, Chairperson, 9 stations also feature in the national list, which is Hanejuk, Agiso Temba, Alexandra JB, Moroka, Ivory Park, Orange Farm, as well as Deep Sloot. However, we still have those stations that reported the reduction within these sexual offenses. Of those stations, Chairperson, when you look at the top 40 there, the 9 stations reported the reduction, 2 stations stabilized, 29 stations indicated an increase from our top 40. In terms of the 29 that reported an increase, JP was the highest with 89 counts more, and from the 9 that reported the reduction, Morocco was the highest in terms of the reduction there with 12 counts lower. These are the remainder of our station, the last 2 being Germiston as well as Hammanskraal. The top 40 stations are alone contributing 52.6% towards our figure of sexual offenses. Chairperson, we included this figure to show the comparison with other provinces. Although in terms of the volumes, we might be high as compared to the other provinces, this is where we bring into focus the issue of population sizes to see that out of the 100 population sizes, what are the likelihood or probability of Gauteng or reflecting this crime. We see that the Gauteng there is at the bottom there in relation to rape there. It has been exceeded by Eastern Cape, all the provinces actually. Eastern Eastern Cape, Free State, Northern Cape, Northwest, Western Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, Mpumalanga, Limpopo, the rape rate there is higher than what is being reported by Gauteng. As Gauteng, we have 14.2 per 100,000 as opposed to other provinces, which is higher. Now, looking at the place of occurrence of rape in Gauteng, our rape are mainly occurring at the residence of the perpetrator, with 608 from the sample that we took. The second most place where the rape are occurring in Gauteng is the public place, with 211. The third most place where our rapes are occurring in Gauteng is mode of transport, being the bus, car, as well as the taxi with 13, as well as the hotel and guest house also feature there in terms of the place of occurrence for the rape where these incidents are happening. We also group the other category there by the category other there. However, when you look at it there, the liquor outlets is also featuring, educational institution featuring as well, agriculture land as well as the prison and holding selling also as a place where these rape incidents are happening in Gauteng. Looking in terms of our kidnapping for January, February, and March, we also reported an increase there. All the districts have reported an increase there. As we can see, the increase is beyond 100%. As PC indicated, the reason why it's pushing the kidnapping is because the kidnapping goes hand in hand with our hijacking, because it doesn't matter whether the person is being taken or deprived the movement, whether it's 5 meters, we consider that as a kidnapping because it's the deprivation of a movement by the victim. Hence the number it went up. So all the districts, they have also reported such cases of kidnapping, which are resulting, others are resulting from the hijacking. And then the district that is contributing there mainly is Johannesburg, an increase of 322. The second highest district in terms of our kidnapping is Ekurhuleni with 247. The third contributor there of the district is Sedibeng with 203. Tshwane 189 counts increase, West Rand an increase of 78 counts. In terms of the contributors of our kidnapping, as I indicated, Chairperson, hijacking, being the truck hijacking of carjacking, played a major role in terms of our kidnapping in Gauteng for Q4. The second contributor of our kidnapping are robbery related, with 221 from the sample of 1,404. The third most contributors of our kidnapping is retaliation and revenge with type. The rape also played a role in terms of our kidnapping. When you group the other category there under honor, of which this proportion of category making a total of 138. When you break it down, the ransom there we have 32, sexual assault 5, human trafficking also 7, mob justice 9, taxi related 9, children removed from the guardians or parent without permission 17, domestic related also 17, extortion 20, intimidation 22. These are the contributing stations also forming part of our top 40, of which 22 stations are also forming part of the national list. The top 5 being Kempton Park, Helderberg, Orange Farm, HGP, as well as Everton. All the stations have reported an increase. We only have one station, which is Hillbrow, which was able to stabilize the kidnapping cases during Q4. Chairperson, this station are alone contributing 64.2% towards our figure of kidnapping in Gauteng for Q4. Property-related crime, we also had the reduction for February and March, except in January there, the district there, it was only 2 districts that reported an increase with regards to property-related for Q4. The district are Johannesburg with an increase of 366, Sedibeng increased by 81 counts. As a result from the volumes that we carry in Johannesburg, we end up having an increase of 52, irrespective of whether we had other districts that reported the reduction due to volumes that are being carried by Johannesburg. The stations that are forming part of our property related there for Q4 is Brook Lane, Honeydew, Littleton, Weerdebrug as well as Krugersdorp. Those are our top 5 of our property related. Although we, from the national list, we have 11 stations of those. Looking at this station, 18 stations reported a reduction, 22 stations reported an increase of our property related. And of those that reported an increase from the 22, highest was Honeydew with 94 counts, and of those that reported the reduction from the 18, the highest was Sunnyside with 124 counts lower. These are the remainder of our station, the last 2 being Protea as well as Soshanguve. Chairperson, this station are alone contributing 53.3% towards our figure of property-related crime. The last category of crime that I will be showing today, Chairperson, is with regards to our stock theft. Stock theft we reduced in January, February. However, we had a minimum increase there in March there of 12. Looking at the district, Sidibeng was the only district which reported an increase there of 7 counts. All four districts have reported an increase, a reduction. The highest was from Western with 17 counts less, followed by Ekurhuleni 7 counts lower. Johannesburg, they reduced by 2. Overall, as Gauteng province, stock theft reduced by 20 counts, 8.3% reduction. Although we don't have a station that are featuring in the national list of top 30 for stock theft, we still also have our top 40 there. The first station there from the national list will occupy position 32. However, Chairperson, we don't have any station that are featuring in the national list, although we have our top 40 there. From our top 40, 17 stations reported the reduction, 3 stations stabilized, and 20 stations reported an increase. And of those that reported an increase, Temba was the highest with 16 counts, and then Brockholmspruit was the highest for those that reported the reduction with 9 counts lower. These are the remainder of our station, Chairperson, for stock theft there during Q4, the last 2 being Orange Farm, Erasmia, having a reduction, the 2 stations. This station alone contributing 93.7 towards our figure of our stock theft. As a result, Chairperson, this was my last slide for the shorter version of the long version that you are having. Thank you.
Yeah, that is the longest presentation. But we understand these are the stats, and they don't want to short-circuit anything. You must get the stats. But I hope the next one, I know once it becomes a long presentation, you can hear people get restless. But let's pay attention. This is the last presentation, and I hope you are taking notes, because we need you to engage after this. You can continue. Thank you very much.
Good day, Chairperson, honorable and also honorable members, the District Executive Mayor, all councillors present, the Police Provincial Management under leadership of Lieutenant General Mawela, our community at large, and Chief of Traffic, our District CPF Chairperson, who's amongst us. I greet you all this afternoon. Here follows Western District profile and presentation. The size of the district, it's 4,091 square kilometers. Our population in terms of media population estimates, according to Stats SA, it's 1,137,083. Unemployment rate currently released is 32.5%. In the Western, there is 13 police stations. Oh. Okay. Western District, we are not a GBV hotspot. Infrastructure influencing policing. We have 16 tertiary institutions, 592 schools, 16 hospitals, 82 clinics, 234 churches. On consumption taverns, 727.
of consumption liquor outlets is 195, spaza shops or tuck shops 913, taxi ranks 108, hostels 16, train stations 19, and dominant industries are 43. General dealers 270, auctioners 18, jewelers 48, motor vehicle dealers 176, scrap metal dealers 108, and recyclers is 46. The composition of the policing landscape within the district are as follows. As I indicated, number of police stations is 13, and 3 of the police stations are classified as urban, that is Kagiso, Wedela, and Kutsong, and only 1 police station is classified as full pure rural, that is Hekpoort. Number of police stations classified as rural or urban mix, it's 9, that is Beckersdal, Carltonville, Forkville, Krugersdorp, Magaliesberg, Mildersdrift, Randfontein, Talton, and Western area. And stations that are included in the national top 30 contact crime stations, it's Kagiso and Randfontein. And stations included in the provincial top 40 high crime volume stations is Kagiso, Krugersdorp, and Randfontein. The policing landscape, just an indication, there are 3 wards within the Kagiso policing area, which SAP as Kagiso is policing that fall under the City of Johannesburg municipalities. And these are Sepisom Phase 7, falling under Ward 50, Leratong Village, falling under Ward 127, and Sepisom proper, that falls under Ward 128. The district has 5 satellite stations, namely Zirbekom in the Beckersdal policing area, Manseville in the Krugersdorp policing area, Mutlakeng in the Randfontein policing area, Tukomsres in the Randfontein policing area, and Glen Harvey in the Western area policing area. And the district has 1 contact point, namely Koksur in the Randfontein policing area. The province has approved that reservists that are currently undergoing training be deployed at police stations overseeing satellites in order to be posted on a 24-hour basis. As we speak currently, those reservists are at the police college. They will be finishing by December this year. The Zirbekom satellite station will reopen upon finalization of the repairs and renovations to the building. Manseville already, after intensive internal investigation of our organizational development, it has been approved to be a fully fledged police station. Koksur will be re-established to be now no more a contact point, but to be a satellite police station. And Mutlakeng has also been approved now to be a fully fledged police station, which means it won't fall under Randfontein anymore. Tukomsres, the proposals which we made to our provincial commissioner's office, that the shortage of vehicles at SAPS Randfontein be addressed for additional sector police in Tukomsres has been approved. They will be provided to ensure that it operates 24/7 with its own resources, but as a satellite. And Glen Harvey also, it's now approved to be a fully fledged police station. It won't fall under Western area after all the necessary human resource and physical resources have been budgeted for and provided. The operational personnel in the district is 1,428. The visible policing establishment, it's 1166. Currently, we are 1066 with vehicles running 267. Detective service establishment is 468. Currently, it's 362 with vehicles of 187. Flying squad and highway patrol in the West Rand establishment is 62. Currently, it's 57 deployed with 25 vehicles. We don't have mounted unit. Designated firearm officers establishment is 31, it's fully equipped with 13 vehicles. Reservists, we have 42 deployed and that are active. Public safety, under Mohali City, we have 73 officers with 43 vehicles. Randwest City, 73 officers with 11 vehicles. Merafung City, 25 officers with 16 vehicles. We don't have TRT, although I'll indicate that it has been approved that West Rand also have a TRT in place. We are just waiting for allocation of vehicles and human resource, but on the establishment, West Rand will also have its own TRT. Public order policing, according to the establishment, we are supposed to have 33, but currently, due to the fact that we received new students from the college and they are deployed and appointed and placed at West Rand, we have 105, with 12 armored vehicles and 32 soft vehicles. Forensics, we have an establishment of 77, but currently we deploy 67 with 14 vehicles. Crime intelligence, we have establishment of 64. Currently, we are deploying 33 with 19 vehicles. K9, establishment is 18. We currently deploy 17 with 9 vehicles. And the provincial traffic department allocated resources and they placed provincial traffic in various offices. They made 2 offices, Merafung region that serve Western area, Beckersdale up to Merafung, and the Mohali region that serve Randfontein and the whole Mohali city. Merafung region, they are resourced with 45 officers, 7 vehicles, and in Mohali region, 52 officers with 17 vehicles. We have 53 security companies with 2,112 members. We don't have a water wing. We have our community in blue, 98 in West Rand, and we have officials that deal specifically with immigration from Department of Home Affairs, and they are divided into 3 offices. The office in Carltonville is 4 of them. We're using 2 vehicles. In Krugersdorp is 7, using 2 vehicles, and Randfontein is 5, using 2 vehicles. We have various stakeholders. I'll just read the stakeholders with their, each one has got specific mandate, but what I'll indicate is that jointly we work together during integrated operations. Gauteng Traffic, JMPD specifically for Tsepisong and those wards of Kagiso, Mohali City Public Safety, Randwest City Public Safety, Merafung City Public Safety, and we also work with private security companies. Mining security companies, Department of Social Development, Department of Education, and Department of Correctional Services, Department of Home Affairs, and Department of Community Safety, Department of Justice, National Prosecuting Authority. We also have a youth desk established, and we also work with faith-based organizations and liquor forums and liquor traders structures. Community policing forums, we have 13 of them, all established at all the police stations. School safety forums, emergency medical services, Department of Health and Western District Environmental Health, and obviously with local municipalities, NGOs like Power, Wawa, Teddy Bear Clinic, Basadi Bamkhali, etc. In Gauteng, we have this GGT, where we work together, developed through Gauteng Growing Together. It's a 5-year policing plan. Challenges which we encounter as a district. I'll quickly give a shortened version, the one that is on the screen. It's a bit long. The closing of mine shafts in the district has resulted in increased levels of unemployment. Some mine shafts are left unattended and are not rehabilitated. There is an increase in developments within the district, which include a mall, hospital, and housing projects that are taking place in Hijacking within Randfontein Police Precinct, and also the Montrose housing and Afro Village housing projects that are also taking place within Randfontein. The Wurwa housing project in Western area, a new housing project named Elijah Bahai in Carltonville. Residents that are currently living in Kutsong, which is a Dolomitic area, are being moved to this new housing project. And that lead to the increase of crime in Carltonville. The district is experiencing an influx of foreign nationals and undocumented persons. As the West Rand, as a district, it's a mining-dominated area. The West Rand District Municipality and its 3 local municipalities, we are having challenges due to financial constraints when we engage our stakeholders, and this hampers service delivery at all levels. E.g., traffic officers work overtime during certain days and times when money is available. Environmental health specialists are not available after hours and on weekends. Due to the financial situation, there is always and constant intermittent cutting of water and electricity, mainly in the Merafung municipality, and this leads to constant community protests. The interventions that are in place. The provincial operation Okaimlau is conducted within the district every Thursday and on Saturday nights, including Fridays. This crime intelligence-driven operation is rotated amongst the police stations within the district. The district conducts regular integrated operations with other role players, e.g. local traffic, Department of Home Affairs, Correctional Services, Department of Community Safety, mining houses, CPFs, community patrollers, Community in Blue, private security companies, and District Department of Environmental Health. The district conducts weekly joint integrated illegal mining operations with mining security companies. These operations are rotated within the stations in the district that have challenges with illegal mining activities. These illegal mining activities are rotated, has resulted in rival groups fighting amongst each other for territory and lucrative mining areas. This infighting among the illegal miners, so-called zamazamas, results in an increase in contact crimes such as murder, attempted murders, assaults, robberies, and rapes. Stations conduct their own liquor compliance operations on Friday nights to address liquor-related offenses. Detectives conduct suspect tracing operations thrice a week at each police station within the district. The flash officials from all stations within the district hold integrated weekly operations which is rotated among the stations. This is to address second-hand goods dealers and liquor outlets to ensure compliance with regard to Second-Hand Goods Act and Liquor Act. Forums and teams that are in place. The district has established a rural safety team, and their primary responsibility is rural safety, farm visits, patrols, preventing stock theft, and crime prevention within rural communities. The team comprises members and vehicles from rural stations, and the team conducts daily operations at rural stations. The team also conducts 2 integrated operations with farmers and agricultural union teams per week. As a district, we have a fully established community policing forum board, and all stations have fully functional community policing forums. All stations have fully functional victim-friendly rooms and gender-based violence desks. The district also has established a tourism safety team. The team is responsible to combat crime, especially at tourism and hospitality venues within Hekpoort, Krugersdorp, Magaliesberg, Mildersdrift, and Tarleton policing areas. That is the area of cradle of humankind, as we are having a lot of those venues within the province. The district has also a school safety forum to deal with schools-related incidents. We also have a drug action plan to deal with the use and abuse of drugs. We also established a mining forum during February 2021, comprising of the executives from the mining houses. And as a district, we also have a rural safety forum comprising of farmers and agricultural unions. The district conducts a monthly joint meeting with role players from other government departments, which is called a district joint. And we use it to collectively find ways and solutions to address crime within the district. I'll go to recommendations. Some of the awareness campaigns. The social crime prevention and communication officials within the Western District, together with role players from social development, child welfare, local traffic, Western District Municipality, there is social department there, a Department of Education, Western District Environmental Health, MASP, WASP, Community Safety and Patrollers. We conduct social crime prevention activities every Wednesday without fail. We go our various policing precincts and identified areas in schools and communities. During these interactions with the community, we address issues relating to gender-based violence and femicide. These activities are rotated weekly within the stations in the district, where officials also share information, building trust, gather information, and build relationships with the community. Information is further circulated in the electronic and print and social media platforms to inform the public of crime trends, persons of interest, convictions, successes, upcoming activities, and also to build the image of the subs. And they also conduct awareness campaigns, door-to-door visits to malls and shopping centers. Green Door Ambassadors has been established and all will be sustained. This creates a hope for victims and survivors of GBV and femicide. At the district, we strive, this one I'll skip, I'll go for recommendations. District and local municipalities. It will be appreciated if municipalities can regulate all the spaza and tuck shops because they operate even in places that are not demarcated as such, operate 24/7, people sleeping there, etc., and that create unnecessary crimes. The Department of Home Affairs to increase their capacity of immigration officials to deal with the influx of foreign nationals and undocumented persons, as Western is an area dominated by mines when the majority of employees are foreign nationals, and when some of the mines retrench them or don't employ, they get all over and commit various issues which they are not supposed to be, and on top of that, they are in the county, some of them illegally. Mining houses. The mining houses are requested and expected to rehabilitate all unused mines after their operations to minimize the risk of illegal mining. There is a lot of open places where it used to be mines, but those companies that were operating, after getting their benefits, they leave those areas unattended and it become a risk, and illegal mining start operating those, Zama start now invading those places. And mining companies that are operational are to ensure that the whole land, property and space is fully secured. E.g., they need to ensure that there is fencing, electric fence, access control, etc., so that they can prevent their own property. Mining companies need to hire their own private security to guard their properties and areas of operation to minimize opportunities for illegal miners from invading their land, space, or properties. They need to ensure that there is patrols 24/7 in their properties. And because currently it's expected that police time to time be the ones that go to those private lands, and it becomes massive due to the needs, because we need to focus also on crime prevention and normal crime prevention patrols and operations. And those that have ability like mining houses, they need to ensure they take their responsibility. And lastly, environmental design and issues of consent. Here, the street lights are not switched on or not working. I'll give example. In Krugersdorp, in town, you'll walk through the main roads in the businesses, it's dark. The lights are installed, they are there. You come here to Randfontein in town, there is businesses, residential places, the lights are there, but they are not switched on. In Western area, in Carltonville, and this is critical because when it's light during the night or in darkness, it prohibits criminals from taking advantage of our communities. The local municipalities some of them don't switch on those lights, and those lights are not working or attended to. And in some areas, we request our local municipalities to install Apollo lights to minimize opportunities to commit crime. E.g., in Beckersdal, for example, in the informal settlement, you go to video informal settlements in Maldersdrift, you go to Kutsong and other areas. Our municipalities, if they install Apollo lights where they cannot install street lights, it becomes safer for our communities when they have to leave their homes, especially during the night, early hours, it becomes safer. Therefore, it will be appreciated if our local municipalities and other role players like many houses can assist us in this forum. Thanks very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. While you are preparing yourselves for the submissions, let me also introduce, we have one from Parliament, it's our MP, Yanaki Jane Mananiso. Maybe you can just indicate. Again, our MMC for Public Safety from Rand West Municipality, she's here. And I wanted her, because she's not alone with the Portfolio Committee, she will introduce the Portfolio Committee, but I give me Nontombi Mulahleri. Maybe she can just stand up, and if she has got the Portfolio Committee, yes, she will introduce them. But if not, she will just indicate so that you can see her. Me Mulahleri. Can you give her the mic to introduce the Portfolio Committee? The roving mic. There it is, it's coming. Which one is on?
Thank you very much, Chair, and good day. Yes, I am with portfolio members. I'm with Councillor Jeanette Nyameni. She can just rise and greet. And Councillor Makhosi Tlapiso, she's also the portfolio member for public safety. The last one is, not the last one, and Councillor Amos Muyeng, he is also the portfolio member of public safety. And the last one, we are with Councillor Batalisi, she's also the member of the public safety portfolio in Randwest City. And thank you very much, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Councillor and the MMC. Now, I'll start with the members. I'll start from the table, then they will raise whatever issues based on the presentation. Then I'll move, we'll start from this side, we'll note hands, but let's try to be not long, so that, and if ever your question has been raised, don't repeat yourself, and then from there we move this side. So this is how we're going to move, and then thanks for the presentation. I mean, you gave us, the Lieutenant General, he gave us the political overview of the entire crime statistics. Now we got to the stats, then from there, the intervention, to say this is how we're dealing with the issues. Now they came up with recommendations. Then you'll engage based on the total presentation. So that's how we're going to do that. Let me check with the members if there are those who wanted to raise questions. I have, I've noted Hoffman, that's one. And then also the MP want to raise one. And then Honorable Bosch. And then I'll go to Member Radebe. Yeah, that's in that order. Let me start with Honorable Hoffman. And then I hope they'll be noting all these questions. And then immediately after that, I just go straight to to all of us who are here, and then we really engage on the presentations. Hoffman.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you to everybody that came out, and the PC and all his staff and all the generals. Thank you very much for coming out. Firstly, I think we are concurring on the fact that the stats look dismal. I do think that we are having a serious problem with crime, and my following comments on it. If we look at January to March 27 to 2018 and we compare those stats to what we're looking at now, I think the figure will even look worse. There is a steady increase, a very high increase in crime in Gauteng, and I think that if we take, for example, the 2017-2018 stats, we are in a dark space. With that being said, Chairperson, I think that we all know, and we have noted numerous times, that the SAPS in Gauteng might be understaffed, or definitely understaffed. They are under-resourced, they're under-equipped, and they are also under-trained for these numerous challenges that we have. The West Rand General alluded to and I just want to focus on the West Rand for the sake of being here. But if we look at visible policing, we state that we've got 166 members deployed and 267 vehicles. General, my question would be, is that operational vehicles, or is that vehicles that is standing around, or we might have, but we know that half of our vehicles in Gauteng, almost half of our Gauteng vehicles, are in garages and are not deployed or deployable for that matter. On the West Rand, we know that illegal mining is a big concern, and that goes hand in hand with the theft of cables, and the SAPS has alluded to streetlights not working and infrastructure not being there to help them or lighten up the area. We've seen operations on illegal mining, and that there has been some successes, and we applaud you there too. Unfortunately, as I had a first-hand experience in the stealing of cables or important infrastructure, it seems that in the West Rand, we do not take this seriously. The municipality can only go that far. They can put in cables, and when it gets stolen, it's a problem, and we need the police to also help with these cable theft. I myself reported an incident of cable theft to the Carltonville police station and was dismally disgusted by the way I was handled and treated, and not come back to at all. And if that is a microcosm of how our police officers treat information that will lead to the arrest of cable thieves, then I am worried that at the end of the day, these police officers might not take up their role seriously, and might think that, they'll just leave it for the next officer to do. And if the police are not taking up cable theft seriously, we've got a major problem. Because the infrastructure that gets stolen, the municipalities cannot replace. They just don't have the money to replace it. So I would suggest to the Provincial Commissioner through you, Chair, that in the West Rand, for instance, we urgently have a meeting with the municipalities, the mining companies, because I don't see any mining company representatives here today, mining companies, and all the recommendations that was brought out, that we discussed it on an urgent basis. I do think there is some good recommendations from SAPS with regards to the mining companies, the security that is employed. But I think that in the West Rand for too long, we can't just have a talk shop anymore. We cannot sit by while our infrastructures are rolled up and sold by people. And we know where this is being sold. We know that all these places where you sell metal and stuff, we know that they're doing that. So if they not comply by the law, close them down. If they do not help the police in curbing these infrastructure thefts, we close them down. It's high time that these people are arrested not only under the infrastructure bill, but under terrorism, because this is an act of terrorism against the community and against SAPS members, because you guys go out and you get shot out by illegal mining, these illegal miners, the Zamazamas, and these cable theft operations. And I think the two are running concurrent with each other. So, Provincial Commissioner, thank you for your presentation. I think I don't just speak for myself, but for the whole community safety portfolio, that we will give you all the support that you might need. But with that being said, Generals, please, we need your support as well. If we phone and we give intelligence or information with regards to cable theft, I don't want a station commander not phoning back or not attending to the call. I find that really disturbing that we are not helping each other. But with regards to the stats, I am worried, General, but I know that you are going to do better, and I will support you in every effort that you make. Thank you, General Kekana, as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hoffman. I'll go in that order. May Mananiso.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson, and let me observe all protocol. And one would want to say that one can actually reflect when these presentations were happening, that as an activist, to say this thing is very alarming. And I'm happy that now Hijacking satellite station is being approved. I just want to find out for the community that it's here, specifically from Hijacking, to say, can you give us the time frame? And one would want to say to you, as you have alluded that you will be releasing the reservists around December. What is it that will be happening now? Can't you have some people deployed there so that at least the police station must be active? I believe members of Hijacking, they are so aggrieved by the fact that police stations are closed, and as well as the police station of Tukomsre. So can we have some intervention? And I want to as well agree that the Okawi Molao program is working. However, can it be more aggressive and Hijacking, like our, locations, not on the national roads? We want it inside our towns so that people can see that we are capable as this particular stage to ensure that there's safety and stability. On issues of the mines that are not working, I think it's up to you as law enforcement agencies to actually engage them. I'm very disappointed that they are not here, and they are the ones who are having money to actually deal with other issues that you cannot deal with. I mean, we can't be speaking about resources, yet we've got mines. So you need to engage them and ensure that they actually work hand in hand with yourself to deal with public safety. On your presentation with regards to domestic violence, I'm very disappointed about your demographics. And one would want to just lobby yourselves to say, in future, when you give us these particular statistics, can it represent the demographics of these particular towns? It must be gender sensitive because we need to know how many people who are disabled were victims, your LGBTIQA plus society. So just include that in future on your presentation so that we are able to, look at the lens of gender. And on issues of causative factors, it's very worrisome, and one could agree that when Honorable Becky Cele tells us that this thing actually is that in our homes, it's not just a mediocre, it's something that is happening, that gender-based violence is tatakodinklung. So I would want to suggest that as this particular collective, you come back, you host a public safety summit where you would have all these faith-based organizations, your professionals, and everybody that you are working with to come and sign a pledge to say that in their churches they will preach about these public safety issues, because you alone as men and women in blue, you cannot do it all. And lastly, there should be consequence management for those police officers that we know that they are offenders by themselves. Thank you.
Bosch.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report. I just want to ask specifically, with regards to the stats, the crime stats for Gauteng, if there has been any analysis with regards to the top 40 stations, for instance, and especially the top 10, as to what is the contributing factors to these crimes and what shortcomings are there at these different police stations that could assist in visible policing and protecting that specific community. So have you done a specific analysis for each of these stations to check, is there a shortage in people, human resources, physical resources that we need to expedite filling of vacancies, for instance, at these stations that could assist us in curbing the crime? Then I also wanted to find out about the assault and the rape statistics. There is a specific graph and breakdown where you look at women and then children. And then on the next page, it specifically speaks about female and male. But there is no specific line item looking at, for instance, the LGBTI community to see exactly how many of those incidents is affecting that specific community. So I would really like to know. And then on the two murder graphs that you have included in the crime stats, you mentioned when the crime stats were presented, they spoke about the sample that was used. May I please get clarity as to exactly how big that sample size was? because I think it is important that we know that, you know, if there was a total of 20,000 murders, for instance, and we only looked at 200 cases or dockets, you know, then I really think that that is not an in-depth analysis, you know, or sample size to be used. So can I please just get clarity on that? And then just also on the two murder graphs, on the first one, it speaks about there were one incident of murders at a farm or small holding, but on the very next page, it speaks about murder and places of occurrences, and then when you look at small holdings, farms and plots, it speaks about 9 incidents. So can I just get clarity between those two sheets, because there's clearly a discrepancy over there. And then lastly, I also want to find out with regards to the West Rand District analysis that was given to us. I also want to add on to my colleague on the right with regards to the operational vehicles, because it's one thing giving us statistics to say that there's 9 vehicles for visible policing, for instance, but how many of those 9 vehicles are operational? And I think that should be a better indicator to us as to what is the real situation on the ground.
Thank you, Ntate Hijacking.
Thank you, Chair. Just 2 issues I want to raise. One of them around the Green Doors project, and that is that we should have more intense sensitivity training for our officers and also those people manning the Green Doors project. For the simple reason, I visited one of the projects once, and I was really disappointed in how the person was trained and the lack of capacity in that respect. So sensitivity training, and also just making sure that the necessary resources are available, rape kits, etc. That's the first thing. The second thing is around the infrastructure protection. I know that SAPS is working very closely with municipalities. On some municipalities, can we intensify that? But then also, from our side, we need to push harder for national security to take action and to play a part in having all infrastructure declared national key points, especially water towers and substations, etc., to free up more space, more resources to deal with the cables along the way. So national key points becomes absolutely critical for all infrastructure, as we have ESCOM infrastructure being declared being a national key point, and of course Rand water infrastructure is a national key point. If you have a normal reservoir in a municipality, also a national key point would free up some resources to take care of your more less difficult infrastructure, cables, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Megadevi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me welcome the presentations that are presented here in front of us. I don't have questions, when Chair. All I want to say is to Ntate Mawela. Ntate Mawela, can you please take this thing of vehicles seriously? Because the issue of vehicles, it's a problem all over Gauteng. We can't have police stations that are operating only with 7 cars. There's a crime that is happening out there. We need the cars to be available 24/7. Please, say. And the issue of satellite stations, I thought I'll be sitting here. Memane Niso said it of saying, we can't be sitting here and be told that it's now being approved. I thought I'll be sitting here and hearing that the satellites are operational already. Because we've got more issues of rape, more issues of crime. We are not taking the issue of crime seriously as the officials. We are not helping our community. We must take these issues seriously of concerning crimes. I'm happy today we are having councillors and mayors, Western, you respected us. Other municipalities, they don't respect us. We can't be fighting crime only as legislature officials. We must work hand in hand together. So I was saying to Ntate Kanyile the last time, Mr. Kanyile, we can't always take our oversight visit to towns, or we must take our oversight visit to the relevant stakeholders. The relevant stakeholders, our communities, our people who live in squatter camps. Those must be our stakeholders, because those people are the ones who are experiencing crime every day. Their children, our sisters are being raped always. And those people, Laba Bashala Tukom Stress, or where is this place? Yeah, dumping site, thank you. The police stations are far from them. Are far from them. Those satellite police stations must be there always. And I'm not hearing in this, what you call it, a presentation talking about the patrollers. Patrollers and Tatemawel are so important. Babaluleke kakhulu labo bantu. Patrollers. Ntatemawela, all the police stations must respect patrollers, must take the patrollers seriously so, because those people are risking with their life. They are not getting paid. They are not being given resources. And they are helping you, our men in uniform. They are helping you with their life. But they are not being taken serious, those people. Can you please, the Department of Community Safety and the Department of SAPS, take our patrollers seriously? Can we all work hand in hand, as the honorables and the councillors and the community and the mayors, to fight crimes? The stats that were presented here, it's bad. We can't be sitting here and say we've got our men wearing uniform, but we've got these bad stats. We are not servicing our people. We must try harder to service our people. Harder so, working hand in hand. I'm not blaming you, Ntatemawela, with your team. I'm also blaming us. What are we doing to help you? Ntate Maneniso, please, the national key point, they must also come and help us. Because whenever we are asking about the vehicles, they tell us that is the national competency. But they are not here to to help us. They are not here to work with us. But always they are telling us that is the national competence. Whenever we are doing this oversight, they must also be here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I gave honorable members ample time because this is their meeting. Now, and I'm not going to surprise you, can I really say at most 2 minutes so that you put your facts, you just go straight to the issue that you want to raise? So I'm going to start this side, and I'm starting by noting hands. So when I give you number 1, you are number 1. So I'm just checking here. If there is no one here, but we don't just raise hands. I get people, you are not going to repeat questions that are here. You are coming up with something new. So that we save time, the lesser the better, so that we give them ample time to respond. And I hope that will be clearer. So I'm starting with number 1, 2, 3. Number 1, 2, 3, 4. That is the first row. 5, you are number 5. You are number 6. You are number 7. You are number 8. Number 9. Number 10. number 11. Yeah. I know you want all to speak, so I'm left with 3 hands. Number 12, 13, 14, meaning we've got 14 hands here. Maybe they will reduce when I come this side. So I've got 14 hands. So your 2 minutes will start when you start speaking. But now, I get you speak the language of your convenient. Utlabulela, utlabua, zokuluma, it will go that way. But I know, yeah, and then again, I'm very sorry about, and we apologize, we are cramped here. Next time we'll get the better place. I've got one that side who wanted to speak, it will be number 15. So that's where we are, in that order. And yeah, the people with sanitizer, you must be standby. And number 1, it's your time, they are noting.
Thanks, Chair. I'm Anele Saba, the acting speaker of the day. I'll be very brief, Chair, as we have alluded on. One is to welcome the presentation, Mr. Mael. Secondly is that continue to do the good job. It doesn't mean we don't see the positives that you are doing, but we'll continue to indicate where we think you might do better. As the Honorable MP has spoken, that we need the Okamolao. I wish it can be a weekly program in our townships. I wish it can be emphasized further. But second is that I'm going straight to the recommendations of the Western District. I think I'm going to convey that directly because my honorable MMCs are here on the issues of the street lights. I think that will be taken care of. I think that's the issue that as a municipality we are facing, struggling with vandalism of infrastructure and all other issues. But my question, Chair, to be direct and precise, is on the issue of scrap metals. Because we are all here in agreement that we know where these thieves or criminals sell the copper that they normally go forward on. My question is that, are they all compliant with this 108 scrap metals in Western District? Are they all compliant? Have you found anything? We can't be all crying about an issue of cable thefts, but they are compliant, all of them. If they are, then it seems it will mean that we should look elsewhere. Where is this scrap metal? In fact, where is this copper going? That is one, because of it's winter now, people are getting cold all the time. I said I'll be brief. I think I'll leave it there for others to have a bite on. Thanks, Chair.
Number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for this opportunity, and good afternoon, everyone, once again. I just want to come to this point that we must commission our satellite station, as we mentioned earlier, especially the one in Belford-Nintmano as well. And then drug-related crime stats indicate that it came down since 2017-2018 from 19,179 to 2022, 9,414. But the reality in our communities that must indicate that drugs-related crimes is on a decline. And perhaps if you can give us more clarity, Mano, on this one. Secondly, I see that you have touched just on it, and that was what plans do we have in place to deal with the illegal activities like the Zamazamas. I see that you have reported on page 19 and on 28 that you have just given us what is going on ground level. Are you tackling the problem, or are you ready for it? What plans does SAPS have in place to assist municipalities when it comes to cable theft and also power stations and the vandalization of our infrastructure? Why not put a ban on the selling of copper in its total with it and put a harsh penalty money on that? Vehicles, and we know if we have vehicles, but then it's no use if we don't have fuel for our vehicles. and that our police must be more visible and more interact with our CPF groups. And for that, I submit. Thank you.
Number 3.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, honourable members from Legislature. Good afternoon to Rand West City Local Municipality officials, administrative councillors, as well as to the community of Rand West City. We welcome you. Chair, just to inform you, I am the MMC for Human Settlement Development and Planning. My name is Bruce Eldrin Nimmerod. So I'm going to humbly request that you grant me an additional 2 minutes, knowing that you said 2 minutes per speaker. However, I've noted quite a number of summaries pertaining to...
Just summarize,
Yeah.
and then the 2 minutes, I'm looking at the time.
Number 1 on my list, police confidence in the Rand West City and in the West Rand District at an all-time low. And I'm sure you will attest and agree with me based on the figures that were represented. Right. Number 2, how are police effectively dealing with all the illegal mining pandemic and the sabotage? That is a direct sabotage to our economy as well as socially. We are the South African Police Services. We're not the United Nations Police Services. And the interest should be to protect South Africans' interests first and the quality of lives of all South Africans. Number 2, or number 5 rather, on my agenda, we would like to know what the police responsiveness plan is around lawlessness plaguing our communities. We've touched on the issue of infrastructure, vandalism, cable theft, illegal mining activities. That is a direct sabotage not only on the communities but also a sabotage on the economy as a whole. What we would like to know is, are they merely getting a slap on the wrist, or are we sending a clear statement that we are hell-bent on going back to basics and taking a shrewd, no-nonsense approach? Not just saying a slap on the wrist, there's a 5,000 rand fine. What are we endorsing as law enforcement, both in the judicial system as well as in the law enforcement system, that sends a clear-cut message that we are here to protect our infrastructure, we are here to protect our communities, we are here to protect our citizens. Right. My concern is there's been an escalation in crimes. And the question that we need to ask ourselves seriously, as the Honourable mentioned earlier, it is not for me whether we are under-resourced or understaffed. For me, I underline it by the fact that it's purely incompetence. And I'm going to back that statement up. How many of the crimes that were reported previously were treated with discontent, where a GBV or a GBH case that could have been intervened and mitigated has been escalated to a murder? And that is the question we need to brutally and honestly ask ourselves and answer. Had we had competent staff that know they are dealing with people issues and not just another statistic, that we could have prevented that statistic from being on that record for that year. I submit.
Number 4.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Chair. Good day, leadership. My name is Yuna. I'm the MMC for Youth and Social Development. I won't be long. I only have one question, and that is drugs and substance abuse, which has become one of the biggest outbreaks in our communities, something that can no longer be ignored. I just would like to know what is the way forward from our men in blue. I haven't seen it on the presentation, or maybe I might have missed it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 6. Number 5, yeah. Number 5, you are right.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me start first by welcoming the presentation. I will start actually on the issues of the statistics. They are very shocking. It shows that a lot needs to be done on the ground. And we can only fight this when we work together. We cannot give the responsibility only to SAPS. Even us as the community, we must make sure that we are working together with them. The other thing, Chair, that I want to speak to, I saw on the presentation the issue of the Glenharvie police station is in the pipeline. If maybe timeframes can be shared with us. I was once held hostage in that community regarding the issue of the Glenharvie police station. The other thing that I want to speak to again is the issue of our police station, Chair. It's a problem. We understood previously due to issues of COVID-19. At night, our police stations are locked. Imagine if maybe a community member will be having a problem and run to the police station is locked, meaning that a person will just be killed next to the police station. It's a problem. Can it be looked at, PC, please? We are pleading, let our police station be accessible, whether it's during the day, even at night, it's worse. The other thing that I wanted to speak to is issue of our police. They are not responding on time when our communities are calling them. They will even call you as a councillor. You will call more than 5 times. They will respond in their time. If that thing can it be fixed? I'm not sure how many times this matter is been raised in these platforms like this, but nothing is happening. We are acknowledging where they are doing well, but this one is a problem. Can our police honestly respond on time when there are problems, especially when they are called by our communities? The other thing, Chair, that I wanted to speak to, we are confronted actually with a serious matter in Begesdal. There are festival of guns each and every night. People are dying almost every week. I even saw it on the group of Baagi ba Motlhakeng. They were also raising the issue of festival of guns. Until when can this matter be attended, Chair? And lastly, I want to speak to the issue of tightening of Okai Mulao operations. It's helping a lot. If it can be tightened, maybe to happen each and every week, because we understand, Chair, the crime is happening each and every minute. Thank you very much.
Number 6.
Good afternoon, all protocol observed. My name is Raylene Martin. I reside in the Rand West, Toekomsrus. Under the recommendations, Chair, when the presentation was done, I was getting excited when I heard tax shops, municipality. Myself and MMC Dixon went into Toekomsrus. We did door to door to the local tax shops. We were accompanied by SEPs and also, what are they called? The labor.
Remind her you are closer.
No, they were not together. But in any case, it was also noted that they also must give input. Maar die red tape is my problem. They come, they tell you they're here for asylum. Now my question is, how are we going to go to the tax shops locally? But what about the CBD? Because did you see, if you go into Village Street, and from the side to that side, it's just illegal immigrants residing there within the premises where they have huge distributing points. So us going to the tax shops, trying to eliminate. We even came out with a plan, myself, MMC Namarot and MMC Dixon, to try and address the issue from the municipality side. But it's not going to work if we try and do something about it. but the red tape from SEPs and from our mother body who controls the borders, then it's not going to help. We're going to have to join heads, brainstorm regarding this, because you recommending that it's fine, it's good, but we need all, almal moet by mekaar kom en die ding saam bespreek, want dit is die enigste manier hoe dit gaan werk. Die Engels verlaat my so nou en dan as ek kwaad raak, man.
Thank you very much. You speak any language, there are interpreters, they are listening. Number 7. Number 7, I gave you numbers. I don't think you... If you forget, then I'll go to number 8. Oh, the next one is 8. Okay.
In the name of Jesus, I pray. My name is Patricia from Western Department. Mr. Mawela, my concern is, since the system of hiring of the government, I'm concerned because everything is all about age. And then when we check the age, and then right now in the police stations, there are forms 18 to 30. It's not fair when we check, because there's somebody with 45 years, and then that somebody is staying with the little girls at home, is checking. That's the one who's causing the rape, because it's always when the people are not around, what is he doing about those people at home? Please check and be concerned about the age when we hire people. The unemployment in South Africa is not fair, since the government, of the system of the government, it's all about the second. ESCOM, please, ESCOM, the system of the ESCOM is not fair. Every day we go into the shops to buy electricity. Can't you see that it's something that is causing trouble? Because every day we going to 20 rand, 50 rand, and wherever we are, we going to buy, it's in all these tuck shops that they are around us, and people, the rest, you'll take it.
Raleboga, number 9. Number 9.
Thanks, Chair. Raleboga, let's welcome the presentation. My name is Alfred Tenjekwayo. I'm the councillor of Ward 2. Maybe Ntatekekana, you will assist me regarding Cooksort satellite police stations. You talk about via policing area. I think I need maybe a clarity on that one. And at the same time, maybe giving a time frame by saying, when are you going to reestablishment this police station? Yako Cooksort, because Ward 2 is a rural area, dominated by plots, stock theft. People are killed every day on those plots, and the population, Chair, have grown. But Chair, we need to be realistic and honest to ourselves by saying the issue of community policing forum must be start now in taking seriously. I think maybe we need to request by saying This portfolio committee that it's here must be accompanied by the Minister of Police, Ntati Beki Cele, to come and get the understanding. You might be worried why May is getting so frustrated. And make a request by saying, how can that be the community patrolling forum, patrollings start to getting a stipend? Those people, they need to be paid. We've got young people who are sitting in a township not working. And they are doing better than the police. They are doing better than the police. Our police this nowadays, they are very scared when you call them. But and we need to be honest. Saving ourselves as the community. We can't be sitting here and not telling the truth. Chair, and with your portfolio committee, can you make a recommendation by saying, Koren West Tebare, arrestating Hofadi community patrollers, estapente. Even if it can be 2,500, it will make difference to them. Let me submit.
Thank you, Councillor. Number 10.
Ke a leboga che lebitso la ka ke Victor Jabane ke tswa ko Magaliesburg ke partly covered ka dipotso tse ding. I will just be short and precisely. Ko Magalies go na le bothata bo bo tseneletseng. This one I want to address it to Commissioner Mawela. Arna Police Station. Iteng ka moago mare ka mo hare ga yona ga gona sepe ba geso. Ke tlo ibua ke gore ke sa tlhale matheganong ke tlo ibuang e. Our station commander re molatile re le community rare batho ba shwa ba bolawa ke di illegal miners. And the bad thing in the community batho ba buang ka bona o re retse are abakitla ba khona batho ba because batho ba tshwere ammunition heavy than theirs. Now ke butsa putso ya gore ga ile re batho ba tshwere ammunition fetang ya lona le response re tshabele kae. Ntate Mawela batho ba shwa ko Magalies re boloka weekend after week. But this one, li attende ka bonako. Ya bobedi issue e kwa tla re ke itlhalose ke ya gore the cases tsa rona tse di disang ko police station e ke buang ka yone ke reng e teng ka moago mara gona batho mo yona. Ga o tracer the cases tse di kenywang ko Magalies ko police stationeng ga gona ko di yang teng o botse potso re nna re batho ba ke yang di cases tse go tsalang ka tsona. Of money karabo. A ke tsore di case tse di a nwewa ga bua ka iswa go nwewa la ntlhaloganyo. Di a nwewa di case tse gore di sketa tswella. Ene batho ba dirang dilo tse ba tsamaya free ko strateng batho ba ile gore ke di culprit ke mathata ka bona. Arna safety ko Magalies. E re ke tla go ya bofelo ke re. Now, kibata Che Honorable Mpapa, Kim Papa Gere. Kikupa Hore, we symbolize to the MEC of Community Safety, which is Honorable Faith Mazuko. Hore. Ronako Mahalisano, the Fitlemore Lapilente. And Rita Machesta Police Station, Neberi Tuala, Hofitela, Barabadi, Tubotaro. Hailore, Huaconachala, Remawela. Defense Station Commander says in Bohol. And that research issues are accordingly. Because Commitama had this ilapi leva case. Naki toys Goma had the Sikitama, Bonta Batam Pagelava, Bakizama and Lebon. Kitwa Sikitama at least about 80, somebody gets a luciding the community, because I'm a community member. Can represent Indo Dimensions Forum. I'm the secretary there. There are things that you are addressing, go community. Now, that 8, I must be in my house locked. Because because how this illegal immigrant or minor. Abaku supagas tunya ya kai busik. Yanu nekiri. Please. Murumana mla itauri. Apaki se hodi lukisa because hwasinye kialebo.
Number 11, that side. Who's assisting there with the mic? Because it will, yeah, number 11. Because we are now moving towards the end. No, I didn't appoint you. You are appointed. No, if you are appointed, yes, but we don't want to argue in terms of the number. So you are number 11. Okay. Continue.
Just 2 minutes. Ntate ke a go leboga le ba tsamaisi ka wena. Ke nna Vusi Ndlovu ke tlaga ke le ko Magalisburg. Ntate as a belief. Kutla ntate ka fale mawela a bua ka o kae molao. Ga ba tla ko Magalisi ba tlo etsa o kae molao. O tlo bona ka dishopo tsa Mapakistani di kwetswe. Ba boleletswe ke mang gore ba etla. O tlo bona ba ba rekisang dinyao pele ding ba kwetse. Ba boleletswe ke mang. Ke bone ba re berekang le bone. So ya ka ntata fetso bua re kgatetse ene maobane ne re na le community meeting. Ra re go tloga ya no. Re tlo itsela molao mo matsogong. Ka gore re lapila re sa khona. Scrap yard tsa ko Magalisi. Se tletse ka di cable. Utswa cable ka fa, we rekisa ka fa mo scrap yard. Bathong re lapile. Le re phutsetsa ko ile gore gona nong re itsela molao mo matsogong ka gore mapodisa rona ga ba tshaba Basotho. Nna ke tsabele kae? Re kopa thuso from molona as a belief ra kopa. Rona re nna go di ruraleng batho ma modimo. Magalisi ke go di ruraleng. Gona nong re tshabo tsamaya because of Basotho. Because ba bolaya batshameki. Banyana ba rona ba ba bolaya ene le bona ke re ba ithatela tšhelete. Ga ba tsene ba ba fa tšhelete ba ba bolaya mo morago. So re kopa thuso mo lona dikoloi ko Magalisi ko police station. Di teng ne mara ka 5 di a go dintlong tsa bona. A ke re ba tšheisa ka botsone. Dikoloi di teng mara ba tšheisa ka tsone go ya ko magaeng a bone. Ha tšheisa ka 5 be ke kena ka 5:30. There's no car to go to attend my case. O tlusa gore bothata ba rona ke ba ntate. So ra kopa mo lona re kopa thuso before re tswala police station e ba buang ka yone. Ene re tlo etswana. Ra go bolela. Re kopa gore re lefa matsatsi a 7 e be le ko police station a Magalisi. Le biditse community a Magalisi to address these issues. Thank you very much.
Raleboga, number 12. Who's number 12?
One of the members is on Magalisburg, but I figured most of the questions said they raise each other, but I'll just say based on the Zamazama. Mapodisa a rona ko Magalisi ba bereka le bone batho ba ba ko ba di Zamazama. Di vene tsa mapodisa di deliver bojwala ko thabeng. Right? The drug dealers tsa rona ko Magalisi di bereka le mapodisa. Right? Ga community e batla go ira sengwe already setse di drug dealers tse di tshaba. Di tsiang di informiwa ke bo mang. Right? If mapodisa a tshaba go lwantsha batho ba ba di Zamazama, I think maybe if government e ka kgona go deploy a SNDF, maybe what you call intervene there. So that because no yana like really go shubile go thata le gore motho a ka kgona go tsama freely like we used to before. le banyana ba rona tota ko magaeng ga ba sa le free. Bana ba sekolo le bone ba tshaba go ya dikolong because o tsamayang o itse gore o rapiwa ko tlase. Ntse mapodisa a le teng. So yeah, re kopa thuso especially for bana ba rona ba banyana as a belief. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 13.
Ka leboga bagolo o buang ke Ivan Dibokotabane from Krugersdorp. Nna ke tlo e sosobanya fela ntwena ke tle ka dipotso ke tla ka di solution because of re se re itse gore bothata bo ko kae. Nna ke re bothata ba ba kodimo, those with absolute power. Ke bua ka bone the defense force subs ba botlhe ba ileng gore ke eng, they've taken oath ba re bone they will protect South Africa. I never ne pela ke re la re thome re berekisane le lona re ntshe ditsotsi di aba ne ba ntshane pele kodimo because of ditsotsi ke bone kodimo ka ba bone aba ne ba ka ntshana pele da so kodimo kwale then after that ba tla go rona re kgone ba ntsha ba mo community ba because of u reporta crime ha fetso reporta crime motho wa tshwara then after that jika o jikile ha fetsa go jika ba go pšhatla melong checks yang ha we go go reng the very same people o reportileng crime ke bone ba mo informileng gore ba reportetswe ke mang. And then secondly ha re ka ela tlhoko the reason why the statistics di le godimo so tsa crime di etsagala in the black community, black majority, because of why we are not yet economically liberated. Unemployment e godimo ha re span re tse byang ka fa re ba shebella ba re dio tse ha crime e tswa ke dio tsa bo di drug ke bo di eng, which is true because of re blow menete ko ka si kwa di a. And then on top of that ba re go etswa di rehabilitation center bo di 5-year plan go etsa di private investigator di ntse le hira gape di tsotsi vie instead of laying go din dombe go di draka di rekiswang go teng lo tshwara diamonds lona le tsa di rehabilitation center go gore la re le encourage go ritsume momo ai khona it's amplana some belief le tseile outhu wa re nna ke tla emella setšhaba nna a go nne yalo our heroes tend to be our monsters today.
Number 14. Number 14.
Thank you, sir. I'm Wellington from Carltonville. I'm staying at Wadela. We have suffered a lot at Wadela, but I will not repeat. They have covered me a lot. What I will say, at Wadela, we have got these zamazamas most. Really, we are being killed by these guys. Our technical high school at Wadela, it's a victim of these scandals from these guys. What I'm requesting, guys, I'm not sure we have got a police to Adele. I'm not sure we have got police station. But
15, can you also make your input?
Dumela bagolo. Ke piti ke moramokale. Chairperson, ke mayana ke tla go rural area. Re dula go di polasing go merafong kwa go re sa kgatallweng teng. And ke makgetlo re tsamaya re kopana di ketapele tsa go di parlamente tsa di district tsa di province a re tshepo re ke nnete ntwe because setšhaba se kgatetse ke mmaka We are here gore le tlo re bona gore maikutlo le maikarelo ke eng. And don't go back lo dila ka tšhelete. Community e kgatetse ko re dulang teng re nwa metsi a di-Jojo tanks on 29 years ruling party. Re na le mathata a mangata le gore a feteletse. Moetapele chairperson re tlisa ditletlebo ko wena. O bodisa kwa masepala ko di mayoreng morago ga moo bo sa di latelle sa batlo itse re go etsagalang. So re tla thusega ya. Number 1, e ke kopang ke gore re batla re na le bothata ko rural area ko re dulang teng. Ha re founela mapodisi bontate ra Jojo. E nna mathata re tla pele mo Oversight. Nakong eo re tlhasetswe tshwanetse tle restaurants Oversight e merafong. So dira tse di tlhasetseng di a re sia. A re kgone go itse gore go etsagalang. Re ka kry-a thuso yang gore ha re founela 10-111 re kry-e sentle ka nako. Re na le mathata ka gore sepodisi sa rona a se gore ba tshaba bo zamazama. Ke ditšhomi le bo zamazama. Go jwa Jojo mo. That is why ba batla go use rona community. Bone ba itse. Ene mapodisa a se gore ba itse batho ba rekisang di-drugs. Ba itse ke tšhomi tsa bona. Ba tlhola ke mosebetsi. And then re ne le bothata ba public safety. Public safety ya sepodisi ya masepala go a tshwana. How comes go na le public safety ma re podisi le thogela la pere uniform le tagilwe. O tlo ntshwara ya ngata o. Community a re itela molao matsogong ka maikemisetso. Ke ka tlhekefetso e re tlhekefetswang ka yone. Then re ne ke ne le bothata ba gore ko re dulang teng police station ko toropong e kgakala. Re dula ko dipolasing. Bothata ba ntse bo bua gore o tla phone. Di ambulance re ntse re na le bothata bo ya re kgakala re ko dipolasing. But service delivery a re na yone. Re kopa the way you tla go bua ka di-satellite. Ha re di kry-eng ka go tshwana. Because go re dulang teng potsa ka ja gore go tlo kenywa di-street light. Di kenyetswa bo ma rona re dula ko dipolasing. Re sena motlakase. Ro laitela ko kae ka gore ha re tloga fela re bolela ka gore lefatshe ke la association Dolomatic Association Sebanye. But ka di vote a re botsi gore re voutele Sebanye. Why re sa bolela re voutele Sebanye? Because re dula ko lefatsheng la Sebanye. Tlogelang gore go tshameka ka rona. Always a letter from parliament. La re shasha. Re kgatetse go shashaiwa. Re voutela eng, re voutela ditokelo. Your vote is your voice, but after that, rona makgowa ra sokola. Ke rona re hlophegang. Lona ba re le hirile le kwa le sa re sheba. I thank you.
No, thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, I think the last batch is not so many hands, because I agree you have said a mouthful, but I'm going to note hands. There are not so many, because you are not going to repeat yourself. Let me make this point. You are not going to tell us about the cables theft. I agree it has been raised. You are not going to tell us. You must come up with something new. It's not about talking, it's about making a point. And now I'm going to note those hands, and I hope they are just going to be straight to the point. And then who's assisting me here? Because when I note them, you must go to them directly, because you know the people that I'm going to note. I'm going to start here. It's number 1, number 2. I'm sure you are looking at me. It's number 2. Then I start number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, Number 7, when our yeah, number 7, number 8, number 9, yeah, number 10, number 11, number 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. But don't repeat yourself. Yeah, 17, the last one. So let's start here with number 1.
Thank you, Chair. Lindlu Kamuka Kamu. Kitaleko Namukuchani Tata, Subs Management, General Mawela, General Kegane, Lindlu Kamuka. San Tafela Seki Tatanga Sona, Hasitwelo Egalu, ki recommendation, ki Luet Kumalo, Chairperson West Rand District CPF. Selo se se luang ko Magalesi ne rural area ne kere solution e ka nna ga ke bo generale ba kopa tshegetso ya army go itswa ntho ba reng ke cordon ka Afrikaans o cordon ko Magalesi fa le gore bothata bo se ba nna teng cordon la itse gore ke selo se se ntseng yang se tsena ka nako e itseng go thataretswa pleke yotlhele e le go setšhiwa ntlo e nngwe le nngwe motho o mongwe le o mongwe ke yone solution ya ntlha ke reng e ka thusa thata ka bothata bo le gore ba gola teng ko Magalesi. Sa bobedi ke di-state tsa dikoloi tsa rona tse e leng gore di a bereka mo di-stationeng o fitlhele le gore ga ke itse gore go bereko ya mare ke bona e le gore o fitlhela le gore station is allocated 20 ya dikoloi only 5 e berekang e leng teng fa tse dingwe di eme ko garageng and motlhomong di eme for more than a year 6 months and di ema ka dilonyana tse dingwe pila di sa tlhole di tshwanetse di ka boela gape mo stationeng but go ya ka mokgwa go berekiwang ka teng e nna as if dikoloi di teng ko stationeng seo. So ne ke kopa gore the station commander le di CPF tse le berekang le di station commander go te ba visite di garage ko dikoloi tsa bona go di leng teng ba yo check up maemo a dikoloi tseo. And another recommendation ya dikoloi gore ke nnete di a tlhokagala ke tsone tse di etsang gore subsi e bonagale o kare ga e batle go bereka e utlwisa botlhoko ebile ga e amologesege selo seo o fitlhele le gore khole ya tsena ga gona koloi e ka yang ko teng ko crime scene go. So ne re kopa gore di CPF tse di leng teng mo di stationeng tseo a di fiwe tetla ya gore di etse fundraising. Little issues tsa o tshwana le di break tse leng gore di koloi tsena o fitlhela koloi wa ema ko garageng for di break for 3 months yo tlhelle go a batho bana ba etse fundraising dilo tse dinyane tse ba kere mechanic local o leng gore he's a qualified mechanic o leng gore ba taya kwena ka di-party a tsenya di-party tse di shortang mo koloi e boe e tlo bereka mo teng and se sengwe gape ne ke bua ke batlo go rotloetsa gape bašwa gore bašwa ke ba take part mo CPF ka youth desk through youth desk ke bona ba tlotlang ba bontsha di-challenges tse di leng teng tse ba nang le tsone di-frustration and everything and ba thuse gore how to be policed because go lebelela thata gape ko ditoronkong kwa o fitlhelele gore youth ke yone e tletseng ko ditoronkong so ka youth desk e leng teng mo police station level ya CPF ba tla kgona go addressa mabaka a leng gore a etsa gore youth e feleletse e tsena mo nthweng mo go committing crime and then la mafelelo e ke ne ke batla go etsa fela ke gore ke leboga meeting o wa ka jeno but go a shorta gape ka go shorta parlamente gape gore molaetso o tloang fa o ya gape ko parlamenteng rural area go lebella Hekporto e tletse ka di foreigners.
Yeah, just summarize. That's why they're saying this. Yeah, just finish.
The foreigners still in tense le gore di undocumented. Go di plasing tsa rena. Is the issue ya gore di patrol di tsele di border star rena ga di patrolling. Batho ba tsena ba sa tshwara di tsele mo rona fare and then ba tshwariwa ba tla gape. And ka operation o ka molao batho ba aba sa tlhole ba berekile ba na le rona gape mo gae. Batho ba ba hirang ba sena di document ba palelwa ke go tshwara. Thank you.
Ra leboga, that's number 2. I move the other one. Yes.
Sanibonani bahlali. Igama nguMusa uMpumelelo wakwaMsimango. Ushephesini we Isolo Mphakathi, it's a community protection shield. Sile sentini lesimunye. Ngizoqala ngokuthi mase ngibonge ubaba uKekane, ngibonge no baba Commissioner Mawela. Sizoyiqala kanje nabafowethu le ndaba. Politicians, take accountability. Take accountability. Nabo ornabole namhlanje is because kungathi. Akusizi ukuthi sikhomba amaphoyisa ngeminwe. Kodwa sibe siyazi insusa yendaba ukuthi ikephi. Kumanje omunye nje uhleli nge-63 million ile kwakhe emafamini. Kodwa imoto azikho ema-police station. Politicians must take accountability. This thing of blaming police and say police are not doing that. And right now the judicial system is not here. The police, they can arrest you. Then the court can give you a bail. When you come out, the community will say the police are not working. But you are working each and every night as the community shield. We capture criminals. Tomorrow when you go to Western Area Magistrate Court, they are out. If they come back again, we run after them. Why is that? At the end of the day, the police are useless. The police are not working. Meanwhile, the procurement sector of the police station, they can say we are looking for a brick pad. They did their work. Politicians will come and say, this one is going to make it a tender. That's why you find cars are staying 3 months in the garages, because everything you do, you turn it into tenders. Instead of just giving the community a service. You go to procurement office as a police station and check the database there and check the owners of the companies. Some of them, they're even working for these departments. The painful part about it, we are business people, we know. If I can ask you right now, I want to ask the general members of the community, who supplies the tie pack in your police station? They don't know. But if you go to the database, you'll find the truth. The same politicians. Number 2, the Rand State municipality must have truth. The municipality itself is failing people with a lack of service delivery. We have high grass mast in Simunye, Begarzal, wherever. The grass is not being cutted. When the criminals, you chase them, hey, Baba, they slide. They slide. And when they shoot at you, you'll see, good, hey, this one is not for me. So what the police must do? Begarsdale police station was robbed, armed robbed. They are also human beings. They have got families. They are our brothers and sisters. Yes, they took an oath. As politicians, they took an oath. But why every time the finger is pointing at them? Why the finger is always pointing at them? Why you are not pointing the mayors and municipalities, those who are not crossing the guard? Why are we not doing that? Yes, we are not saying police are perfect. You must understand me. We are not saying police are perfect. Guys, it's not time. 2 minutes ago is okay.
Yeah, try to summarize.
Yes, I'm summarizing it. I know I'm going to be controversial and they're going to get angry. The immigrants that we are dealing with today, they are the cause of the political diplomacy. If we said that we protected the relations, today we are suffering because of protecting relations with Lesotho. Because of the political diplomacy. So, when we are going to do, unfortunately the MP is gone. The policy makers, they are the ones who are supposed to implement these things. From the borders to the ground.
Yeah, we thank you. Let's get number 3.
Dumelang kaofela. O bua mona ke Selaelo. Ke ward committee ko ward 17 e leng Zerbeko. Ha ona le crime ko Zerbeko mo. O tshwantse o be le 60 rand go ya Bekesdale fela. O lo reporta crazy. 60 rand, 30 rand go ya, 30 rand go boya. Re kopa Zerbeko police station e khutle. Ina le 10 years e kwetswe. Ra kopa tswetswe. Ke batswadi ba Zerbeko le Waterworks le Waterpan ba kopang se. Ra kopa tswetswe. Re kopa Zerbeko police station e bulwe. Ka boikokobetso ra kopa. Re ntse re kopa hape re a kopa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 4.
Sanbonan. Chairperson, protocol observe.
Can we increase? Yeah.
Ukuthi mhlawumbe ukhulume nobaba ugodongwana ukuthi animxhase ngokuthi mhlawumbe amaphoyisa abe ne body cam neimoto zibe nama camera ngaphakathi so that kuzoreduceka le ndaba ye crime esingayitholi ukuthi hamba kanjani. Cela nokuthi ningenelele ku media kule ma TV oswabukelayo these series ezidlalayo most of them kuneyibhamu ezivezwayo lapho they encourage crime kuma communities. Ngiyabonga.
Ralebora, number 5.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, General Mawela. My name is Mboni Maswanganyi. I'm from Zirbokom, Ward 17. I've got a barrage of questions here, but what I'll do, I'll just try and be brief. Zirbokom has been sidelined for very long, and it has become an issue whereby we needed to address this issue with our police station in Pakistan. Chairman, there are a number of issues that have been outlined here. Like, for example, your mining houses. Those recommendations, I think they still need to be stringent enough. Your mining houses must be brought to book and let them address the issue of illegal mining because it brings a serious crime. Another thing also what we have discovered in Zirbokom is that we have issues of our own plots in our own yards that people are conducting illegal mining. That needs to be addressed. Our communities, they have this thing of blaming the police and saying the police are doing this, doing that. Yes, of course, but that needs to be addressed as well as a community. Yes, General Mawela has mentioned that there's been every Wednesdays, there is police campaigns that are happening all over in the West End. But in Zirbokom, we haven't seen that. Let me just be last on this one. And I'd like to ask our CPF leadership, what is the meaning of CPF? Because clearly he does not understand the meaning of CPF. He needs to come because he's very far from the community of Zirbokom. And this is bringing a strain on us as a community. I thank you.
Number 6.
Sanbonani, Kwenjani. Okay, Nikulma Notamsanga from Kutsong, CPF chairperson. Ngimele sathi nge-CPF bengicela nje ukuthi thina singamapatrola ewokuqala nje sicelayo le ndaba yama-reservist athathwa somewhere la singazi khona why ningaqali niconsidere ukuthi laba abavolunteerayo because we have abantu abaqede umatric abaku-CPF ngamapatrola aba-dedicated but makuqashwa asazi isystem eniqasha ngayo ngeyiphi asikhoni nokumotivate si-CPF to say le patrola lina 10 years uqede isikolo uyavolunteera for 10 years akanankinga asikhoni ukwenza nix After 2 years, mababuya emakhosini, sithola abantu abasha singabazi ukuthi bayenjani kwenzekeni. So sicela i-role leyokuqasha, especially kunaba yesiphoyisa, ngoba sisebenza nabo. Basiconsider if senza i-motivational letter, bake bayibheke na i-motivational letter, ne-station commander sikhona ukusisiza. Some of us sinenhlanhla esithi station commander sebenza naso kahle. Siyazwana ne-station commander sethu. Kodwa sikucelayo phezulu kuka station commander, masibheke ku General Mawela, sicela ukuthi nisisize ngama-bulletproof yokuqala esizoyicela, ne-training yesibini esizoyicela. Masiya ku-community safety, siyasebenza sinabo ma 45 years, siya kuma 50. Asifani ne-stipend, asinanto okugeza, asinaqathula amabhutha ayaphela, but everything is funa on the field. Siphinde futhi siblame amaphoyisa, sithi amaphoyisa atshitshotsho. La maphoyisa ayahola lana. After month ending, about 15 abanye abanamali. Bavalela thina ama-patrol, masicela ama-donation. Bathi thina sizitsotsi. So we need to have a plan. Sisonke, police and station commanders, CPF chairpersons, nama station commanders, sihlale sonke phansi and come with a program. Esizoya kwi-community. Ukufundisa i-community ukuthi how can we protect ama-resources ethu. But mawuzakimi ucucuke kahle unuka kamnandi, mina ngananto okudla. Ungibiza namhlanje, mangibiza unginika i-Forsley, unginika i-banana, unginika i-Danone. Ngakusasa ngizosiphiwa ngibani ungekho wena. Let us stop this thing ukuthi nisibizele ukudla la. Sibizeleni something so that sikhona ukubona kusasa ukuthi sizeleni. Mase kusuka le nispend imali epetrol nislethe lana. Le mali le wani ngasiniki yona. Yona le mali le ukuthi nithatha ama transport nenzeni. Wani ngasiniki yona sinika abantwana bethu. Why ningezi ukuthi emalokishini ethu izani nenzani imbizo emalokishi. Come to emalokishini nenzeni imbizo. Because you spend ama-million ngokusipha Forsley, ukubhuka amaholo kwenzani. That million can do something with CPF. That 4 million can teach out of 500 or 1,000 ama-CPF members. Maybe singaba na 30 engashintsha, engaba na something. General Mawela ngiyacela from sadly to CPF members. Angikhulumela ukhuzo ngiphela. Wonke ama-CPF. We need i-training. Siyacela sizeni nge-training. Siyasebenza namaphoyisa. Ulibona iphoyisa lenza i-mistake. Wena ucabanga ukuthi i-right wena. Yena uthi i-mistake. After 2 days sima ubuya iphoyisa lehamba lotshela lo muntu lo ukuthi nangu lewe kupimpa ukuthi uthengisa insango nangu. Amaphoyisa ethu amanye ayenza njalo. Asithi wonke amaphoyisa. So General Mawela, General Kekani siyacela. Sicela nje i-training. If you can take 10, over say training, then bazobuya ba-train laba abanye. And stop this thing ukuthi nisibize sengama-CPF or ama-NGO nizosiphukudla. Sicela sistopeni nalama transportweni. Stop it. Spend le mali lena sifake emapokotweni sothengela abantwana bethu nabafazi bethu into okudla. Size la singadli la.
Number 7.
Afternoon, my leaders. Afternoon, my leaders. Yeah. I'm greeting Mr. Mawela. I'm Margaret Joko from Ward 8 in Tukumsres, I'm Ward Committee. The problem is we are complaining about the stadium. Our stadium now, it's a snake park. I did go to Parks Department, I think several times, to go and lodge a problem about the stadium. The snakes are coming into the yard. We are scared of snakes. So we need help so that you guys tell the people who working Mopaxi, bakhono thusa, because you know hatsena ditlo lematsa le bana. Even the security, they're scared go bereka mole because of dinoga tse ba re di dikgolo. So di etsang gore ga ba khone le go ka patrola mo stadium. Stadium sa Tukumsres ke snake park. Ha o ka se re ke stadium. Ha o se shebile yana gore o bona fela naga. So we need help for at least the municipality, the employers at Parks Department. because ba teng ba ba sebetsang ba ilo mowa kwale le di pest controllers di tlo take care of the snakes. And the crime is more mo Tukomsres. Where I'm staying next to the police station. But barinkela di motor tsa di gate, di dustbin, everything. Ntho engwe le engwe ha o e ba o tshwantse o dule o eme o e gatile. So re na le bothata. We need help for community ya rona le yona e phela bokete ga go monate. Go a ropiwa mo le mo di strata mo ke dulang teng strata se lefifi. The electric di teng mo ntle but ha di light. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 8.
Goedemiddag allemaal. Mijn naam is Sandra Stamper. Toekomstig een van de community leaders. Word uit. Ik praat in verband met de politie. Mijn broer was nou 6 maanden geleden vermoord achter in het veld in Toekomstig. En daar gebeurt niks van die zaak. Ons het nou gaan aanklagen bij de politiestatie. Niemand komt uit niet. Alle blijven ons zelfs laat weet. Alle ons nog bezig met de forensics. Ik meen voor 6 maanden. Wat doen die politie? Alle doen niks aan die zaak. Die man was baie lelijk vermoord. En die pijn is nou nog diep in ons. Maar daar is niks dat gebeurt niet. Die politieman dat die zaak gehad heeft, 3 verdachtes gehad. En die verdachtes het voor hem gezegd, hij had niks aan gedaan aan mijn broer niet. Hij weet precies wie het is. Dan een van die mensen heeft gezegd, maar hij zei, daar is geen getuiges niet. So ik wil net weten in verband met zoiets, hoe ver met ons gaan en naar wie met ons gaan om mijn broers moordenaars te kan krijgen. Want die politie kan ons glad niet eens uithelpen. Want jaren geleden was een dame ook vermoord in Toekomstig. Dat is zo zeker voor 15 jaar. Maar niemand aan familie weet nou nog wie het vermoord niet. So in Toekomstig is dat zulke baie unknown middels. Maar hij moordenaars wordt net niet gevangen. Die vlakte is hoog achter ons. Hulle blameer nou die zamazamas en dit is toekomstige kinders self wat dit doen. Ons weet as baie zamazamas, maar in sulke geval is daar de kinders aan toekomstig ook wat dit doen. So ons vra net hulp asseblief.
Thank you, number 9.
Thank you, Chair. Ka lebitso ke nna Jimmy Jemmo Kolobate from Mohlakeng. Chair, ke ne kopa a ke addressa o ntshebelle, Chair. Okay.
Can you continue?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, ka lebitso ke ritse ke nna Jimmy from Mohlakeng. Chair, ke kwatile thata. To an extent ya go ka je go gone ebile rona as community re tlile fa re tlo henda memorandum wa rona to Ntate Mawela against Ntate Manamela. Ntate Manamela re na le police station mare they are not recognized. A re itse mapodisa ke eng. Ko Mohlakeng gona nong day in day out batho ba bolaiwa. Day in day out batho ba ropiwa. Ko ga ke tlo bua se sekalo se sengata ko ke tlo kopa fela Ntate Mawela. Ke right ke Ntate Mawela le Ntate Hoffman le wena Chair ke le fe memorandum eo ko le bone gore location le lla ka eng ka gonne rona SAPS arena yona. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We go to number 10.
Dumela magolo. Dumedisa bo botle go ya ka ditilo. Mr. Chair, go tlisa botlhoko because tsile re phelela mo yone is very unacceptable. Rona ratlela sepe ke sa kona number 10 speaker sene se fetsa go bua. Bua letsatsi ke nna go Mohlakeng ko ward 18. Ha re sa tlhola re batla Ntate Manamela as station commander. Ha re sa batla Ntate Manamela as station commander. I've got reasons. Ka di 20 tsa November last year ka di 30 ne ke dutse mo fatshe le ntate Manamela le the other colleagues, we are a number of 10, and then re tlhagella as community representatives. Ntate Manamela took our grievances till to date. Ntate Manamela ga ise etse sepe sa di grievances tse ne re mo fa tsone. So ga re sa tlhola re bona use or need ya Ntate Manamela gore he can be our station commander as batho ba Motlhakeng. Lastly, Ntate Manamela o recommenda thata o tsa CPF ko lekeišeneng, members of CPF ba bereka mo toropong CBD Randfontein, yet ko dikolong kwale go batlega di CPF bana ba tlhabana go rekisiwa di drugs. Ke kopa gore Ntate Mawela o ka re ka itlhokomela tabeo, ke a leboga.
Number 11, thank you.
Dumelang bagolo. Protocol observed. Number 1, to community safety members, we demand bridge between Motlhakeng and Extension 11 ko R28. I think Tate Mampondo can attest that there are many accidents involving bana ba sekolo, involving rona batho ba batona ha re setse re tswa monateng re tswa ko Motlhakeng re ya ko 11 or re tswa ko 11 re ya ko Motlhakeng. Number 2, we demand enforcement of bylaws ko Motlhakeng. Our township it's willing to ngwe re sa tlhaloganyeng ke eng. Go itlhomelwa mekhuku everywhere, every time, le mo go sa tshwanelang teng. So, mapodisa le di traffic officers, we want to see you in action. Please. Ya di lasi, ne ke siyo ko exiling. Mari, we are made to understand gore batho ba rona, South Africans, ne ba phela ko di campsing, ko exiling. Rona mo South Africa ne re lwana on the ground. But unfortunately, rona South Africans, we don't have camps for batho ba ba tswang ko ntle. Ba ikeletsa the way ba batlang ka teng ke di entrepreneurs mo lefatsheng la rona. Ke di tenderpreneurs mo lefatsheng la rona. Re kopa gore Gauteng, it's a nucleus of South Africa economically. And West Rand is the nucleus of Gauteng economically based on the mine. So let's lead by example to other provinces by making camps for the foreigners so that Hosatiri xenophobic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 13.
Dumelang bagolo. Ka lebitso ke Isaac Metsing. Ha o rata o kanetse wa re Waters. Ke ema yana ke le from Ward 11, of which is ke Extension 11 mo Motlhakeng. Ke golela mo Motlhakeng ka nna le ntlo ko Extension 11. It's a new development location, whereby re experience dilo tse leng gore a di right. Number 1, ke ema mo as a pastor ka Sepete, knowing gore batho ba ko Extension 11 ba maketse bile ba tshogile ba mpona ke ema yana because of they cannot stand the way ke emang ka teng ka Sepete. The reason being ba tshaba go bua dilo tse di etsagalang ko locationeng la bone, because ha o ema o bua jaaka ke bua yana re na le lentswe le le reng those people they will kill you. Bari ntlafatsang mabitso a bone re ba bitsang gore ke di illegal miners. Sometimes when you stand up ke na le lentswe le le reng le ha ke preacher ke re it's good to be true. Ha re tlo dula ntse re ntlafatsa kampo re bribe ntho re bonang gore ke yone. Ntho ga ise yone ga se yone. we have to call a spade a spade. Hare tlo re blaiwa ke di illegal miners, whereas re itse gore batho bao ke bomang, ke setso se feng. Re a itse gore batho ba ke Basotho. It ends up there. Le ha ke bua yana knowing gore le ha ke tswa mo, something can happen ka nna. Because some people ba ile gore they know gore ke bua nnete, they will go and tell those people. Ba ile gore le ha re arrange di meeting ko makeisheneng a rona, it's wa bona ebile e monate ka gore ke bua my counselor is here. I'm talking this because my counselor is here, and I'm standing here ke lebelela gore I'm a pastor from ke emela batho ba ile gore they even don't know. Re a shwa ke tsaba go roma ngwana ko shopong ka 1 o'clock motshegare. Ke tsaba go tswa nna ka 5 o'clock ntato le bilo betere ena ka 8 wa tsama. Nna ka 5 ya ke tswele ko ntle. Ke khia di gate tsotlhe. But yet still I was robbed in my house sleeping. Ke tsetse everything. Even today I cannot case number, I cannot see the police were there, but the statement, the forensic were there, but the fingerprint, but even today, I even have a case number. Just imagine. But busiku the very same the venetama police, the amata mo di strateng tsa rona, di batla eng? Kamasiku, di batla these people. They arrest them, but the following day, wa ba bona batho ba mo location bateng. In the same meeting, there was a guy who bought the Venetama police, and 9 of them. They really me boo, yadi zamazama, and I guarantee that because Kidula go extension level. Abone batusa di zamazama korola mi boo, rodoche takubomang. Number 2. Ba yiti ko batu ba balinte. Location le linyano ko ba ka pallo ke batu ba leman. And it will come to a push whereby I will organize. Bontate, then we'll take force Momatsoho. We must take them out. Jakaban Tizoko Westland. Extension 11 ekin nese yadi zamazama. Ko boto ko ba kubi wante ba doshe ko 11. Then arfetsa be re ke bontate ba re fa papa. Ba le fa papa eng ba bola bana balona. There was a woman who was killed even today. That matter I see be tserwe kop tu. Na I ba kwa ke gore ga gona di Apollo. Go le Apollo I one mo locationeng. One Apollo mo locationeng. O tla tsamaya bosigo. O tla tsamaya bosigo. Location le linyane la extension 11. Ke kopa to the general location le linyane la le ka tsena ka di venetse 5 le ka kwala nese ele fela jaka le ikwetse ko Westland tlogelang go tshwara batho ba lona gape le ba release go tshwana nke be le sa etse sepe. Thank you.
Number 15. Komrao kwa at the back.
Dumelang bagolo. O buang ke Margaret Ramatlotlo. Ke tswa ke le ko ward 18. Ke na le di alarming question. And the questions tsena they are based ko masipala rona le policing ya rona. Number 1 e ke le concern ya rona ke gore mo meyara ha ba no oltenyi I hope o utlwelletse or o tlo blellwa gore tlogela go etsa load reduction. Load reduction ya re bola. Load reduction in ntsha ditopo. Mojalefa Jolo o rapaletse ka di load reduction. Go phone more than 3 times or 15 times. 3 hours there were no police. Bontate manamela ke tsono le gae. Or maybe go ko locationeng wena ha ona ngwana. Or maybe wena mo Westland ha ona ngwana o ileng gore wa tsamaya and then go na load reduction o bo sa khathale maybe wa ga go kwa tsamang ko teng a gona load reduction. Masipala la re bola ya masipala di load reduction tse re sa ditseng di tswa kae le ibile gona le re keneletse ko mohlola timela tima ha le sena go tima go ba mo entwena go ba motho. Mapodisa, they are invisible. And then haba fetsa ba tla ba sena le di name tag. They were ritelwang ka teng ko mohlakeng. Ratelwa ko mohlakeng ibile re nyatsiwa le ke batho ba ba sa duling ko lekeshene ba bereka mo mohlakeng. Ntate Manamela le ntate Kekana. Addressang mapodisa a lona. Ba ba collectang di check ko di zama ba tla ba collectang gape ko lona makgwalo a bone. Number 2, Mohlakeng police station. Ke kopa e operate 24/7 and then ra demanda gore di vene tsa mapodisa ha ditla jaka re promise go gote gona le di vene tse ditla go ne le brand ya Mohlakeng go ne le brand ya Tukomsres re kopa gonne le di police station Mohlakeng godile police station e wena a itlo re lekanela 11 e tlhoka police station 7 and 8 e tlhoka police station Zenzele and 4 di tlhoka police station. Hijacking is high around ko Mohlakeng and ebile as hijacking fela ra ropiwa ra makiwa. People ba swa today and every day go tsebela ba to di phone and then go tsola ba to di phone ra phone go te aba khwetsa nix na ba go bula mapodisa magwala. I don't care who says what. La pere di uniform ha la kenya le di name tag tsa lona. Go bontsha gore o le gwala la gore o lo tsang check ko yene o tla ba tswa a tlo go blella gore o tswa kwa go lotsa statement na go ke ene the source. Wena wa tsama lo tsa check me gagare wa o fetsa wa ya ko namelo ko manamelo tsa check. I'm becoming radical ya ntate Manamela ko blelle. Gone ya no khale re ntse go romela di email address sa Arabi begi kale ha re bua le ne mo phone o re ba Sithako o bua lwena if wa go ratela mosebetsi o he could have called you down a go gopotsa di principles tsa gagwe and oath but then begi kale he failed us khale go bua lwena tate Manamela it's about time on sezi ntate Manamela Ntate Manamela, Operation Tutula send you an email. Babatla policing section 204, section 205 from you. Wabajiga jiga wakabe sipe. But on the other side, rikenelezwe. Ene ke kopa gape lone bomme gape. Khalemelambana balona. Re soya na re bleiwa ke bana ba e leng ba lekeišene ba ikeditse Basotho. Do le bone ba implementer. Ntate Manamela, re kopo kenelle. Mari, ngabe khalo kenelezi. Your time is being long overdue. Samaya, vaya Jo. Vaya.
Summarize.
Ene kopo tsheba sentle.
Summarize.
Re kopa o fologe. Okay, o ka re ka bracha. Wa itse go tsagalang? Come 2024. Re le beile fale as the current government electileng lona ba tshepiwa. You fail us. Come 24 la khola go monate o isa tšhelete polokwane ko polokwane ha go ka teng ngwana ke lo wetse ko piting you go and run mara rona mojalefa o ile you were not there mara re na le di meetings tsa location wena ntate Manamela ntate Kekana whatsoever le ba gago ha le tlitse fela go re shapa ka di sairini. And o mo di groupung tse dingata wena ntate Manamela le Kekana le mo di groupung tse dingata.
Can you summarize please?
Yes, crime ya tilo ko Mohlakeng. Hostel le bone ke batho. A re tse di ba tshabana. I thank you.
Thank you. Now is the last person who's number 15.
Hello.
So we're left with only 2. It's a 15, 16 and 17, yes. Can you try to summarize so that we are not here for long because we are repeating ourselves. Number 15, you are on the floor.
Vito ra mina hi mina Anabila. Ni tshama award 17. A ni nga lesi ngopfu. Swi kona leswi swi nga kona mara ni nga lesi ngopfu. No kombela kwalani n'wina ba legislation am cancer
loko mi tini ku ri vanhu va ta kota ku pfula swifuva swa vona va vulavula leswi swi va dyaku mi nga sasekisi yindlu loko yi bihini mi nga yi pendi yi vuleni ku yi bihini mina ni la ku yi vula ku yi bihini yindlu number 1 Eskom ni mi nga rhweshi nantu van'wanyana ku na ntambu yi nga xiporweni xa Ziribecom yi beri yi hume marikani le Waterworks leyi nga kona yi languteni na n'wina mi nga niki maphorisa ntirho na wa n'wina ntirho wa lowa gezi sweswi ni vuya ka n'wina maphorisa please Ziribecom ko va hina mi hi vonaku satellite ha yi vona va yiva va tumbela kona vasuthu lava mi va vitanaka ku vasuthu mo va pfumelela border gate ku na maphorisa a border gate va fohla mina ni ne famba tindhawu na tindhawu ta matiko me le handle nawu va ku khoma a ri yexe phorisa ku nga ri na vhene mara vo n'wina mi relaxini ti 15 va ti 15 va hola va ti 30 va hola hala tlhelo Ziribecom n'wina va ti owner ta ploto susani vanhu lava nga ku gayeni ka misava ya mayini ma va tiva a hi mhani la ku pointa munhu ni tlhela ni vuya xiphoriseni station commando u kona ma station commando wa n'wasati a ni nga ku pointi sesi va nga ta ku dlaya eve ni vuya ka lava nga dyoka leswo hatima hala mi nga va niki ntirho maphorisa va holi vana lava mara va tirha hi vavasati tirha ntirho wa n'wina lowu mi nga mi ya wu trainela Pitori ende xo sungula loko u ta u teka movha wa mfumo tirha ntirho wa wena u nga lavi mali xikhwemeni 20,000 le mi yi tekaku ka vanhu va gaya misava mi yo nikiwa nawu ma birifiwa vo n'wina a bizini nampundzu va mi biriva loko a mi biriva station commando i mi byela ku famba mi ya teka ticoco please loko mi vitana tanani laha hi mi vitanaka kona ha khomiwa ha endliwa yini va teka ti-dumping site va hoxa vana please 28 loko yi ri kona chelani ka vo n'wina mi nga ti mi ta chela ya Ziribecom hi tirha ku vava mina ni khensa mapatrolasi ntirho wa vona va wu tirha mari vavasati vavanuna mi tumberini mi chava yini hi ku n'wina mi ripiwa mi ta ripiwa na n'wina tirhani ntirho wa n'wina please a ni mi boyili varhanga n'wina va tshama xitulu na n'wina varhangeli sungulani mi birivhana kona a ni ri patrola ka Malamulele mina for 8 years ku va nikeni timovha to patrola va tirha na maphorisa mi nga tshami xitulwini mi jikajika ku na un'wana a nga ta mina ni lava ku n'wi xuta a nga ri na theki ni lava vito ra munhu ni ku vito ra wena hi wena mani a nga ni byelangi mina please xitichi xa Bekkersdal tirha ntirho wa n'wina
Hi xona the next there and then the last one there.
My name is Ernest Smile, ne? I'm from Wedela. Okay. My name is Ernest Smile. I'm from Wedela, here in West Rand. I have realized that we have common problem. Everything that the people have said is the same, actually. And then now what I'm trying to say now is that when we had a meeting in our community, the police, they've raised the issue of those people who are also renting out flats for the illegal miners. So those people also, to what I have realized is that they are also assisting, because if they don't rent out those flats, those people would not have houses to stay. Second thing is that there are people also in our communities who are buying stolen properties from the thieves. That also actually increasing crime, because if they don't have people to sell to, it means that they are not going to go and steal those things that they are stealing, phones and so on. Another thing that I wanted to emphasize is the issue of load reduction schedule. You see, when that time comes, these criminals, they go and take out the cables. Means that municipality also is also assisting the criminals by that load reduction schedule. Because many things are happening during that time. People are being robbed because it is dark. And that thing, I think the mayor, because we raised that with the mayor, but mayor didn't listen to us. But what I'm trying to say is that also we community, we also assisting with what is happening in our townships. I want to thank you.
Thank you very much. The last person. Right at the corner there.
Thank you, Chairperson and the committee. Ngicela ukubonga General Mawela and General Kekana. My name is Mandla Gasa. I'm a safety ambassador in this province. I've been with the Community Policing Forum for the last 20 years. Chairperson, can I share with you the experience? Community can be angry today and say, General Mawela, Klosha, Umanamela, Manamela will go. You'll send another station commissioner tomorrow, they will do the same thing. Because the problem is not the station commander here. The problem are my police who are working under the station commander. So I would want to request to say, Nati as community, we need to take our role. The Community Policing Forum, their responsibility, their role is to do police oversight. And they're not doing that. So I would ask you, CPF Gutinabo, but they must take their responsibility. But also blame the provincial government to say all the blame for policing were come by my police are always for saying police are not working. When are we going to do crime prevention through environmental design where we're going to include all government departments? We are sitting here with the portfolio committee. Justice department is not here. And those people will have us causing the problem always. Because police are arresting and people are going out in my court. So I'll appeal, if the portfolio committee can emphasize the question of police monitoring, the issue of police visibility. Because in reality, if you are also not monitoring police, they're not going to work because Abanam Tawakatil. So my input will be, Chairperson, please focus on interdepartmental programs where all government departments are going to sit in one room and account. Because now we're blaming the police alone, magistrates, they're not here, social development, they're not here. And there are also issues that are affecting all of them. You go to school safety, Abantwana they're not safe because Department of Education has a role to play. So my input, Chairperson, will be please make sure you form the intergovernmental department programs in relation so that we calm the issue of crime. But I will support Brigadier Manamela and the station management. Since Manamela ela Ranfantin Babmawela, the pattern of crime has changed in this area. It's just that Abantabam Sabotashayo, who are instigating the community to say Manamela must go. But in real sense, the station commander is working and the crime is going down. So my input will be, let's focus on the issue of intergovernmental programs and support for community police relations. I'm a CPF also support. There's no program to support CPFs. There's no budget to support AMA CPF and the training. So my input will be, let's focus on the training, AMA CPF. Let's give them resources because they don't have resources. When you go to AMA traffic, I just want to make input to Chairperson around the traffic because
in summary,
in summary, traffic police, West municipality. The police station as it comes and Ranfantin can work if police are working in one room and work because you can't expect police are site to run the satellite whilst you have traffic officers who are roaming on the street with cars banging Zilutu. So my input will be bonke about reporter in one room and work because it's their responsibility to do our arrest. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All of you. Now I'm going to give to Ntate Mawela most of the issues are more or less similar, and then you'll just respond in a very impressive way on the issues that have been raised. Ntate Mawela, whether you delegate, it's up to you. Now I give it to the lieutenant to respond to the issues that have been raised here. Thank you.
Umulomunga ene salary ya high. Start with Brigadier Chakalane, Brigadier Mbele, General Mbele, General Kekana, and General Mtomben will summarize.
What am I answering? I thought I've earned my salary already. Okay, thank you, Chairperson. PC, I will...
Is it possible that they can really see you? Maybe you just stand here and then you talk to them. Or they can see you, you can see her here. Or you want to see the physically. I know they can see. Yeah, you can continue.
Can I sit down, Chairperson? Okay. All right. I will talk to two issues that were talking to my presentation, which are sample size as well as the issue of farm matters. Let me start with that one of the sample size, Chairperson. Ideally, a good sample. Okay. For a good sample size, maybe let's say in a total of 1,000 population, we will say that maybe 10% of that population will make a good sample size to make a population representative. So talking to our case in particular, out of 1,403 cases of murder that were reported, we took 65% of those, meaning 905. Of those cases were analyzed. So 65% is way above to make a representative of the entire population. And with regards to the one of the farm murder, when we look at the slide of the first one, the causative factor, we are talking about the one incident whereby the victim, he or herself was a resident of the farm murder. And then this one where we are talking about the place of occurrence. The one of one there, this is where we can positively identify that the body was discovered inside the premises of the farm. With regards to the 9, of which one might be included there, remember if maybe a body is dropped by even closer to the small holding, where the body has been found, we consider that as place of occurrence. Those should be those cases that we included as such. I hope I have responded the two questions pertaining to the presentation. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Chairperson and the members of the committee. I want to respond in terms of the police stations or the building of the police stations and what as a province we have done for West Rand meanwhile in order for us to deliver the service to the communities. As we all know that in terms of the governmental responsibilities, our police stations are being built by the Department of Public Works. Yes, we do have the studies as the presentation has reported to say it is approved, but it is a long process that involves the department with their budget as well. But in terms of what has been presented, what we did as a province is that we have been involved in training of some of the members, especially the reservists, in order for us to be able to open those satellite police stations, the 5 of them as General Kekane has presented. So what we did, we allocated about 90 reservists for West Rand that will, meanwhile, we are waiting for the building of the approved police stations. they will then continue with the responsibilities of serving the communities of West Rand. In our allocation, we also indicated in terms of how many members will go to each satellite, which will be 13 per satellite police station, so that meanwhile the service delivery continue. But then in terms of who are busy training at the moment, they will be released come September. So for now, we will definitely have to live with the vehicles from the main stations patrolling, but then the operation of those satellite police stations will be fully fledged by the end of September. I thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair and honorable members. When it comes to illegal mining, I think in my presentation there was an omission there. I was supposed to highlight that as a district, just like all other districts in the province, we established an essential infrastructure damage prevention teams. In the West Rand, we have 4 teams that operate 24 hours. And these teams comprise of SAPS members. We work with our local traffic. And as I indicated, our local traffic, they work up to a certain time. The latest team that work is 2100. From 2100 till in the morning, 7 o'clock, there is traffic officials are not there. But as SAPS, we continue, and we also work in that structure. We also work with the local securities that are employed by the councils, and also security companies that are employed by the mines. We work as a team. Those teams work, for example, in Merafong, it will be 4 police members with 2 vehicles, and 1 traffic vehicle with 2 members, and security companies provide the same. And we operate 24 hours to address infrastructure issues, cable theft, electrical substations, places like service providers of Vodacom, Eskom, Transnet, all those structures. We are having teams that patrol for 24 hours, focusing on them where, for example, some they steal cables, some they steal batteries. We are dealing with that as a district, and we are operating 24 hours. And when it comes to the issues with regard to the projects, we took note, like green doors, etc. We took note of that, and we will intensify training as requested to ensure that our people who are operating in those green doors are fully trained, including our SAPS members. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, the members of the council, including the MMC and the executive mayor, the community representatives. I would like to quickly thank the Honorable Chairperson and the Honorable members for bringing this crime statistic release here in Randfontein. One would say, based on our program for the province, the provincial program, we are also pleased that we are also touching, the members of the community. And this is the program which we have created as the management of the province. As the provincial commissioner have indicated that we dedicating Wednesdays to be a stakeholder engagement. And in these typical type of engagements, we of course have quite a number of questions which is put before us. What I can say with the concerns which were raised, that we had these concerns which were outlined by the community. We have documented them, and we agree in most of those concerns which they have raised, as we'll deal with them. I will not respond, one by one, but I will just maybe cite some of those issues which will highly deal with them. With the Operation Ukai Mulao, we got some calls which is coming forward to say we have to ensure that we have to have more of the Operation Ukai Mulao. We had that. We'll ensure that we reinforce in terms of this Operation Ukai Mulao. If I may indicate, Honorable Chair, is that with these operational activities, we are indeed having successes. As for the reporting period, one can indicate that, for example, for the liquor outlets, for the reporting period for this quarter, we managed to close unlicensed liquor outlets, 1,618. The licensed one, we closed 55. And we are also strengthening the issue of compliance. Compliance in terms of what General Kekane have indicated, as well as what the Provincial Commissioner have indicated in terms of the compliance for second-hand goods and issues of the critical infrastructure. We had total activities for the current financial year for 19,125. I must indicate that in terms of tampering of critical, tampering of or destroying of essential infrastructure and theft of non-ferrous metals, we have recorded 732 people who have been arrested, of which the bulk comes from Ekurhuleni, Johannesburg, of which West Rand contributed 117. As General Kekane have indicated that with this integrated, because currently is the outcry, I will say in South Africa, in terms of the destroying of this critical infrastructure. The Provincial Commissioner have indicated that, for example, in Johannesburg, there are 7 regions. Each and every region, we're having a police, we're having Metro Police, we're having ISCOM, in order to deal with those issues. Drug operations, those who have cited, will intensify those operational activities. The citing Mr. Vusi Ndlovu from Mahalisbeck, the scrapyards is full of cables. We have taken note of that. We'll also operationalize that specific activity. The Community Policing Forum, it has been raised by a member of parliament as well as the Community Policing Forum members that there has to be a look in terms of the stipend. Is something which is being looked into. Our minister have spoken relating to this issue to say it has to be looked into. Though we know for the fact that the issue of Community Policing Forum, it is voluntarily service, but you can't be working voluntarily if the stomach is empty. And we are saying this collaboration is good for the South African Police Service in ensuring that we clamp down the crime. Second, lastly, is the issue of the understaffing, which is raised by Member of Parliament as well as the community members. The understaffing and the resources. As management within the province, one would say that we constantly ensure that the organizational development get engaged in terms of the investigation, of which they even get in touch with the community, whereupon we clearly, in terms of the directives, look on the issue of the shortages in terms of staff and resources. On a yearly basis, as we have the people who are trained, we are resourcing those police stations accordingly. And coming to the purchasing of the vehicle, we also resource those police stations on a yearly basis. But we have taken note of those stations which have been cited today, and we'll make sure that we deal with that. We highly appreciate these inputs. We believe that as South African Police Service and the law enforcement agencies, these inputs will really make us to ensure that we adjust in terms of our operational activities, in ensuring that we put the communities first, and ensuring that services is provided to the communities. Hence, we are saying together, we can do more.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members. I will also try to be crispy. Firstly, regarding the suggested meeting by Honorable Hoffman that we need to meet with the mining sector, the municipalities. General Kekana, you must quickly arrange that meeting so that we can engage and deal with those concerns which were raised. And secondly, the issue of analysis of the top 40 police station as to what are the reasons. Our analysis is that the profile of those stations, it has outgrown the current capabilities of that station because of this development which is happening in that particular space, the influx of the people, everything that is happening in that space. But the response from our side to say that we also upgrade the police station, it is a little bit slower based on the constraint of available resources. The issue raised about Magaliesberg, Wedela, police station, Randfontein police station, we don't take it lightly. We will also go back and ensure that we engage those station commanders and the members, because surely we need to humble ourselves to the people we are saving. That will look into that matter. And the community members who are talking about taking the law into their own hands, I want to discourage them and their followers from doing so. We can't solve crime with crime. So we must never ever take law into our own hands. Police accessibility, it's a must, but really we need to be accessible to the people we are serving. The response time which is being raised, surely we need to respond accordingly. Once we have been called, we need to respond accordingly. And it's one of the areas which we will discuss with the station commanders. We will, because we keep on telling them that, you know, once you have been called, we need to be responsive. Failure thereof, another day, they will be calling to say, there is this person who's in distress, and you delay to respond only to find that it's your child who was in distress. So we'll rather respond irrespective of who is calling. We'll look into that one. The youth unemployment, it is a concern for all of us in the country. Amongst the reasons why when we recruit, we also talk about 18 to 30. We are trying to address this backlog of the youth which is unemployed in our country. But with that, we are not saying people above those age group must not be employed. Surely, if there is means and ways to employ all those people, we'll definitely do so. The issue of the drugs, it was also sharply raised with us. We do have what we call it Operation Toxic Algae, which is led by my general here, General Lekalakala, and the team. From the crime intelligence, I think they've taken note of the issues of the drugs, and then they will move with speed, including that one of the scrapyard. And the issue of the zamazamas. General Kekana, I know that on a weekly basis you are having this illegal mining operation, but surely it means maybe we need to up our game. We need to up our game. The community of Motlaken, they've complained, Extension 18, you know, Beckersdale, they've complained about the Zamazamas, the Mahalis back, and it is unfortunate for the station commander to say that he's afraid of the Zamazamas. We will empower the station commander not to be afraid of the Zamazamas. And we'll deal with it. And the good thing, Honorable Chairperson, we've invited all the station commanders of Western. They are here. They've heard what the community are saying. If they didn't mention you by name, it doesn't mean there's no issues. Look at yourself and then you correct what it needs to be corrected. But we truly and truly appreciate the opportunity given to us, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Yeah, let's thank everybody. I think the responses that have been given, they've been adequate, but we'll also get a way of making sure that we put the report together. And as the stakeholders, we've got your details, and we'll make sure that you also get this in a very comprehensive form. But now, before I move to the next issue, I know we have the chief of the police, that is from the Metro. I've not introduced them formally. I just mentioned them in a very impressive form. But now let me take up this opportunity, and then he will just indicate that is Chief Kenny Mampondo. So that they can see that we've got Chief Kenny Mampondo. Can you just indicate to them? And then again, we have Chief Khomutso Mteto. Oh yeah, we've got Mteto is not here. Chief Mchali is here. Maybe you can just indicate. Thank you very much. Now, yeah, based on that, we are moving towards the end, but now there will be an announcement from Tabile, supposed to be here to make an announcement. But before that, also, after those announcements, I know the mayor has just left. I wanted him to do the closing remarks, just to close this session officially. But I will also ask maybe the MMC for community safety, you'll close for us as the end. But for now, Ntabi saying, can you make the announcement?
Good afternoon again. We do have lunch catered for everyone. I would like to ask the MMCs, the SAPS, to go to the, what do you call it? To the district office. Your catering has been served there. And for the public, stakeholders, if you can sit down, because you will be using this entrance, you'll form a nice line, neat one. Everyone will be catered for, and you'll get food from this side, and you'll be escorted out through to the streets. And if I may request, kindly, please don't make noise for the people that are in the offices that are still working, because I understand that this route, this side, will be passing through some other offices. Thank you.
And then for the memorandum, again, give it to Ntabiseng. We'll hand it over to also the Ntate Mawela. It will go to Ntate Mawela. And then again, those who wanted one-on-one, they can also, Ntabiseng will direct you where you will really get people that will really talk to you directly. But for now, let me give to the MMC just to officially close our meeting. MMC. Yeah, you can, anyone can assist from your side. Where's the mic?
Just one.
Yeah, just one will just, for us, you are one thing. You'll just, yeah, the district local. Okay, now you know yourself, that's why I want to give it to them. They are the host. Let them thank everybody here, and then, can you, the mic? Can we get an assistance? It's not really working, that one.
There it is. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for this opportunity. And to all the policemen, the generals, with your staff, we really appreciate what you do. We know it is hard out there. We know that you guys are doing your best with the little that you have. And for that, I take off my hat for you. At the end of the day, it goes about our community with all our grievances. We come to a point to such an extent that some of our people and community leaders are fed up with the crime. And it's not even to them, it is to you as well. Just now, this morning, we heard about one policeman that passed away due to doing and fulfill his duties. And it is a father without, and it's a family without the father, without the income. What about those kids? It's getting out of hand. And you know, what you do, you must do it with a passion, not half-hearted. At the end of the day, we are all here to take hands together and fight out like one team. That's why our CPF people are so important to come and assist, but also from your side, that you must help and make their hands strong. Because why? They are the people on ground level that can assist you 110%. And then all this corruptions behind the doors and behind closed walls. Seriously, it must come to an end. And we must take strong against that type of things that pull, that take it hand out and so on. If we're not going to take this and tackle this problem, when it comes to corruption, it will never change. You mentioned something about the Zamazamas. This is our major priority, and you have mentioned that you're going to take action against it. I just hope that our police force are equipped to tackle them. And please, from our community side, don't assist them, as one gentleman has mentioned there in a corner and said, but we're giving their housing for them and we're giving support them. If we're not going to, if we allow that, how the heck can these people do and fulfill their duties? And it becomes time now that we must take action and fight fire with fire now. This is at the end of the day. They don't care about my life, they don't care about your life. For them it's just another kill. What happened last week at Randfontein, at Cook 2 shaft, at the substation, when one gentleman was blatantly killed and shot there, and the Zamazamas step on him, kick him, and the rest is being stabbed with knives and assaulted. So where do we draw a line? Seriously, from our police side, we will give our fully support to you. But we want arrests. We want action taken. And to our people and political side, I thank you. And I just hope that this don't fall on deaf ears. Vir almal julle daar buitekant en vir julle manne wat op grondvlak is. Moenie moedeloos raak nie. Daar is hoop. En waar hoop is, sal dinge nog gebeur. Moenie handdoek ingooi nie. En met daai paar woorde, thank you to everyone. Thank you, meneer.
Now, the micro, our earphones, can you return? There are two that are not being returned. Make sure that they are returned. And then those who want to get food, you must remain seated. But now the team from the Metro, Muntatemawela, the members, we go to the district office. It's not far. We just get there. That's where we will be served. Thank you, and thank you, everybody. Let's go well. We thank you.